Henry, please think about this seriously. So I did, and I took the role on.
And who is they?
The headhunters liaising with DBT.
Mr. Parker had left on the 30th of September of 2022, and I think you've said in your statement that you began informally shadowing Mr. Tidswell from the 1st of October 2022. Is that right?
That's correct. I was leaving W.H. Smith at the end of October, and I didn't feel it was right to be. It's a strategic partner, W.H. Smith, of the Post Office, and I thought it was very unlikely there'd be any conflicts, but for the avoidance of doubt, I started 2 months later.
Thank you. It was nominally a role for 2 days a week. Was that the amount of time you spent in that role?
It was considerably more.
Did you anticipate that it would be considerably more?
No, I didn't.
Was it simply because of matters relating to the inquiry, matters relating to the historic fallout from the scandal that's well known to this inquiry, or do you think it's something more than that that would require the time commitment that you did?
It was more than that, because I thought the place was a mess and it required much more of my time.
In terms of the briefings that you received when you took on the role, did you receive briefings into the historic actions against sub-postmasters concerning alleged discrepancies when you first joined?
Yes, I was.
And what was your initial impression of the attitude of the business towards those matters?
My initial impression was, and I'm no lawyer, but I thought it seemed obvious to me that the Horizon system was completely and utterly unreliable, and I was staggered that the postmasters had these issues to deal with in respect of their relations with the Post Office. That was my single biggest reaction from the whole of my briefing in those 2 months.
And what was your initial reaction as to how seriously or otherwise the business took that issue?
I felt that people thought Justice Fraser's analysis, they didn't fully accept it, was my impression, that somehow the case hadn't been put well or whatever, that there wasn't a feeling that this was absolutely wrong as to what had happened.
And where in the business was that impression coming from, in your view?
Well, it was outside. It was not just within legal or remediation. I think it was a feeling across the piece with the team.
We will get in due course to your meeting with the permanent secretary, but what was your initial impression of the attitude of UKGI and the Department for Business in respect to those matters?
I couldn't say, because I hadn't met anyone until I met Miss Mumby, and we didn't really talk about the sort of issues that we're talking about here in any length. So it would be speculation on my part.
And you've addressed the Horizon system. What about compensation and redress? What was your initial impression of the business's attitude towards compensation and redress?
Well, my initial impression was that I thought the Post Office and the government were dragging their feet in terms of making payments for remediation in the first place. And in the second place, I thought that in respect of, there was no appetite at all for exoneration. Those were the two things that came through strongly to me.
What did you understand to be the role of the investigations department when you first joined?
My understanding was that they were very powerful, that if you heard about some of the issues in respect of how they dealt with postmasters, it came over to me as quite brutal, really.
And we're talking about your initial impressions?
Yes.
At the very beginning?
Yes.
You didn't have any background in, for example, liaising with law enforcement?
No, I've never been involved in a situation. I've got to be honest, I've never had any involvement with a situation like this before in my business life.
Do you recall any discussions or briefings early on in your time as chair with regard to the role of the investigations department and, for example, criminal prosecutions?
No, not in any great detail. I mean, it was an overview to start with in those 2 months. If we're talking about those 2-month period, no, I would say not.
I want to move on to your initial tasks and initial information that you became aware of. And I'm going to start with a letter to your predecessor from the Permanent Secretary of the Department for Business and Trade. Could we please turn to UKGI 000-44315? This is a letter from Sarah Mumby, Permanent Under Secretary of State, to your predecessor, Mr. Parker. And that sets out the strategic priorities for 2022/2023. And I'll just spend a few moments going through some of the key points in this letter. If we scroll down, please, it sets out that each year there is a letter to the Post Office which sets out the key priorities. First, it has a heading Shareholder Priorities. And if we keep on scrolling, please, it says at the bottom, specifically, I'd like you to focus on the following priorities. 1, maintaining and improving Post Office's capacity, capability, and resilience at all levels of the organisation. If we scroll down, we can see 2. Engaging with the Post Office Horizon IT inquiry and implementing change. Number 3, resolving historical litigation issues. And I'll just read out some of those priorities that are set out there in bullet points. It says for the financial year 22-23, the Post Office should build on the successes of the historic Shortfall scheme and the lessons learned to ensure effective progress on the other compensation areas. Deliver the historic Shortfall scheme timetable with our ambition for 100% of offers made by the end of 2022 and progressing claims through to the post-offer process. Continuing to work closely with officials to progress the timely delivery of compensation to postmasters with overturned historical convictions. Work with officials on issues relating to group litigation order compensation. Identify and deliver compensation to postmasters that have suffered detriment not captured within the other areas. And finally, challenge Post Office management so their activities are reflective of our shared objective for compensation. To see postmasters are treated with consistency and they receive swift compensation that is fair for claimants and taxpayers. If we scroll down, she continues, we acknowledge that the delivery of compensation to claimants is raising a number of difficult issues given the challenging objective of balancing fair and swift compensation consistently across the claimant groups with making appropriate use of taxpayers' money. We remain committed to working with you to resolve these issues. It then moves on to the 4th priority, effective management of legal costs and settlement with claimants. And if we scroll down, please, we see there the final of those bullet points. It says work with officials to explore ways in which these activities could be delivered differently, in particular to deliver redress in a timely manner and at a lower cost, alongside continuing to review legal costs and controls. Number 5, if we scroll down, effective financial management and performance. And number 6, over the page, please. Successfully delivering the Strategic Platform Modernisation Programme. She then says at the bottom, I look forward to discussing progress against these priorities at our next meeting and in your exit interview. So this was a letter that was sent to your predecessor. It seems as though it was soon before he was leaving the business. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell me the date, Mr. Blake? Sorry, I missed it.
The actual letter itself is undated. I don't know if Mr. Staunton's able to assist. No. On taking up the role, was this a letter that you had sight of?
And I was also forwarded by Ms. Mumby.
Thank you. Moving on, please, to poll 004486880.
Sorry, if I could just interrupt for a second, I would just like to highlight the fact that on page 3, there are 3 references to, when it talks about remediation, to fair value for the taxpayer, to appropriate use of taxpayers' money, to be fair not only to postmasters but also to the taxpayer. And I thought that left me with a feeling. This was not a letter that's saying we want to make generous remediation payments to postmasters. It was saying trim it to give fair value for the taxpayers. I found that deeply disturbing, those 3 references.
Being deeply disturbed, was that one of the main things on your mind at the time?
It was on my mind, and certainly was on my mind when I went to see her.
Was it a key priority for you to address when you received that letter?
Correct.
Could we please turn to poll 004486880? The 11th of November 2022. Here you are writing to the Secretary of State. This is actually before you've taken up the role.
Correct.
It says, I'm writing to ask for your support in addressing a significant risk to the reputation and success of Post Office Limited, namely the retention of the Chief Executive Officer, Nick Reed. As you know, I will become I'll become the chair of Post Office Limited on the 1st of December 2022. In preparing for that role, I have identified what I believe to be a critical situation regarding Nick's remuneration package, which I welcome your support to address. This will allow us to mitigate against the risk of Nick leaving the Post Office in the coming months and the significant consequences this would have for the reputation and future of the Post Office. My predecessor, Tim Parker, has raised the specific issue of Nick Reed's remuneration with both Paul Scully and with Kwasi Kwarteng over the past year. On both occasions, the ministers declined to approve any improvement in Nick's package, citing concerns over the inquiry and the context of the public sector pay freeze. They indicated that the situation be reviewed again in September 2022 once the inquiry was concluded. However, particularly in light of the extended inquiry process and the subsequent delay in any reporting being published, which means that it may not conclude for at least 1 more year, I believe that the risk to Post Office are now even more present and that we need to take active control of the situation. As incoming board chairman, I have responsibility to seek action without delay and seek the invaluable support you can offer me. If we scroll down, it sets out there Mr. Reed's current package and remuneration history. We see there the total maximum compensation as at that point in time was $788,500. Could we scroll down? It continues to assess the market position, and then on page 3 sets out proposed action. We see there, paragraph just below paragraph 3, it says, these changes would result in total compensation of $1,125,180 at target performance. This places Nick at around lower quartile of target total cash once the cost of benefits are factored in. So the letter is essentially asking for Mr. Reed to be paid from $788,000 presently now to over £1 million a year.
Correct.
Was this the first communication between yourself and the Secretary of State?
Correct.
If we scroll over the page, we see it concludes, we also hope you will not reject the proposals in this letter as your predecessors have done. In the hopefully unlikely event that you do not feel able to approve the proposal in full, we would urge you to deliver as much of the proposal as possible. Why was it so pressing at this time to address Mr. Reed's pay?
Well, just by way of context, as you say, I hadn't been appointed even as chairman. Normally, in any corporate, a letter like this would actually have gone from the Remco chairman, and I said surely it should come from the Remco chairman. But as it was Miss Williams was the CPO at that time, as she said, and as Nick said, the previous letter came from the chairman, so it would look weak if it didn't come from me. So this letter was drafted, and I signed it. There was nothing there that was factually that was wrong. It was obviously just a massive salary increase in a company where it wasn't a normal corporate. It was a public, owned by the public, paid for by the public purse.
It might strike people as odd, of all the matters affecting the Post Office and postmasters, that the very first correspondence with the Minister is about Mr. Reed's pay. Astonishing. Mr. Staunton, you sent that letter.
I did. As I said, I was asked to sign it. A similar letter had gone by my predecessor. I signed it, and there's nothing factually wrong with it. I wasn't expecting to get approval because I could see what had happened to the previous two letters. And of course, I saw the Secretary of State in January, and he turned it down. And I would say in my statement, you've seen a number of issues that arose in respect of remuneration, even between the sending of this letter and my meeting with the Secretary of State, all involving remuneration. It was a very time-consuming part of the work, ridiculously time-consuming.
We've heard evidence from Amanda Burton last week, and I think she identified that it was unusual, perhaps problematic, to have to seek approval from governments to increase the CEO's pay. What's your view on that?
I don't think it is. I think these are huge numbers, as Grant Shapps said, the then Secretary of State, in the context of what Secretaries of State earned, senior people in government. It was a huge amount of money. So I don't agree with Ms. Burton. I think it's quite right that she gets sign-off. Because I think if we hadn't had that, maybe this letter might have gone through. So it was a useful buffer, I thought, for me to hear the concerns, pass them on, and if they were turned down, I thought, well, actually, if I'd been the Secretary of State, I would have turned it down.
Could we please turn to Bays 0000607, please? Actually, could we turn to Bays? That's perfect, thank you. This is your appointment letter from Ms. Mumby. I'll just read a few parts of that, please. It sets out 3 priorities. It says, "Dear Henry, congratulations on your appointment as chair. It's a unique opportunity to make a nationally significant contribution." And she sets out there 3 matters that she would like you to focus your attention on. Number 1, effective financial management and performance, including effective management of legal costs to ensure medium-term viability. 2, maintaining and improving the Post Office's capacity, capability and resilience at all levels of the organisation. And 3, engaging positively with the Post Office Horizon IT inquiry and implementing change, including resolving historical litigation issues, successfully delivering the strategic platform modernisation programme, and reaching settlements with claimants. If we scroll down, she says, "Finally, Tim Parker wrote to me on the Post Office's work to transform the cultural and process aspects in response to the inquiry shortly before his departure. I will write to you on this matter separately." Did you get a response in relation to that matter?
I don't think I did.
Could we please turn to the first board meeting?
Sorry, could I just say,
Yes.
in respect of, say, 1, effective management and performance, including regarding medium-term viability, it was clear to any businessman that to achieve medium-term liability, you need to do radical restructuring of this organisation in terms of reducing the cost levels, etc. So it needed a huge injection of funds from the government if we were to achieve medium-term viability. So you can't just write medium-term viability unless you have the intention of backing the Post Office in terms of investment. So I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's a really key point which we may come on to later.
And we'll come into the context of your meeting with Ms Mumby in due course. Can we first, though, please turn to poll 00448-621, please? And that is the first board meeting at which you have been appointed. 6th of December 2022. We see there you're listed there as chairman via Teams. If we scroll down, thank you. We see that it was resolved that Henry Eric Staunton, having consented to act, be appointed as director of the company, and then it was noted that the shareholder of the company had appointed Henry Eric Staunton as chairman of the board. If we could scroll down, please. I don't think you made a significant contribution to the actual meeting. I don't think your name is mentioned in all that many places because presumably you'd only just taken up the role. But there is a CEO report, please, at page 3. And it appears that Minister Hollenrake, the then Postal Minister, attended the meeting. Is that correct?
I guess so. I can't recall. But yeah.
The chairman welcomed the minister and passed over to Nick Reed to present the CEO report. Mr. Reed spoke to the report, advising the company had had a very good half year in terms of trade, and that the company's travel and bill payments business had continued to perform well. It then goes on to say that we were seeing a tightening in consumer confidence with a slowdown in banking and travel. About halfway down that paragraph, it says, with the slowdown in the mails trade, a shortfall in our funding over the next few years was forecast. The inquiry, extending now potentially into 2024, was going to cost the company more. However, we wish to support the inquiry to the best of our ability. One of the implications of the inquiry was in relation to the rollout of NBIT, that's the new branch IT system, the technology needed to work first time. The rollout exercise was vast, and the exercise was massively time-bound. This compression of activity within a very short time frame would have many impacts. BT, I think that's Mr. Tidswell, noted that parts of the business were positive. However, the company had significant issues to face, including the inquiry and wider external factors. An issue of some urgency for the board was determining the optimal size and shape of the network, which needed to be coordinated with Bays and the minister. If we scroll down, we see there SI, that's Saf Ismail, who we've already heard from last week, detailed some of the headwinds for postmasters, including an anticipated increase in minimum wage, rising energy prices, etc. LH, that's Lisa Harrington, referenced the strategic direction of the company and that the board was interested to understand early ideas on the Bays policy review. If we scroll down, we then see that Minister Hollenrake and assistants left the meeting at 2:07. You don't recall?
No, I was getting confused with the date that the minister came, but I recall now he came on that date, yeah.
Thank you. There are no issues addressing compensation being raised with the minister on that occasion, are there?
No.
If we could turn to page 9, once the minister has left, we see the issue of historical matters being addressed. If we scroll down, please. And if we scroll over the page, there's a section there that you have addressed in your witness statement. I'd just like a little bit more detail, if I may. The minutes say, in respect of outstanding balance payments, BT, that's Mr. Tidswell, advised that this issue had been considered many times at the HRC. What was the HRC?
The Remediation Committee.
Thank you. The quandary was that if we notified postmasters and requested they pause payments, were we inadvertently stimulating claims against an unfunded position? Nick Reed queried whether there had been any communications with the current 77 postmasters who were repaying. SR replied, I think that's Mr. Ricaldin replied, that there had not been. Mr. Ricaldin noted that 13 of the 20 cases in this category that had been investigated had shown that the repayments were in order. AC noted that we had not investigated the balance of the other cases. It then says AC advised that he was not persuaded by the argument against pausing repayments, and his view was that we needed to notify and speak to the postmasters in question and investigate fully. I think AC is Mr. Cameron, is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. Can I just clarify the issue here? Was the concern that by pausing repayments that were being made by sub-postmasters, it might actually mean that more sub-postmasters are claiming compensation or redress from the post office?
Correct. I raised this, I put it in my statement because I used the words that I thought the process was bureaucratic, adversarial, unsympathetic, and one or two other adjectives. And I thought I can't just say that without giving some examples that came to mind. And there were 4 examples I gave, of which that was one. Moving to that one, what surprised me was that we shouldn't be not doing something because it would generate claims. That's not the basis on which the Remediation Committee should be working.
Having received that letter, the strategic priorities for 2022-2023, which you said caused you significant concern in respect of redress and compensation, having then moved to addressing Mr. Reed's pay, is it not surprising that nobody thought at the meeting with the Minister on this occasion to raise issues of compensation and redress?
Well, I'd only been in the job a few days, so I think that's asking quite a lot when you're trying to find your feet in what's going on. But as I say, I formed a view over a period of months regarding bureaucracy and unsympathetic and adversarial approach, and that is one example where we shouldn't be making that making that decision, that it shouldn't be based on not having further claims. That's not a good reason for not pursuing something.
So the letter from Ms. Mumby to your predecessor that you said, I think, shocked or concerned you, did that take months to settle in, or was your shock and concern quite instant?
It was quite instant in terms of she didn't say make payments to postmasters that are either generous or seen to be very fair. It was fair, but also make it fair for the taxpayers or appropriate use of taxpayers' money, etc. So there was a balance here, and I think Mr. Cameron said that in a note of about the 23rd of March that the Remediation Committee was perhaps too keen to follow shareholders' interests, and these 4 examples I gave just show that's not, I think, the priority for a Remediation Committee.
So why at your first board meeting, when the Minister was in attendance, were issues of redress and compensation not raised? They were clearly raised after.
I think that's the fact is that, as I said, I've been there a few days. Mr. Reed addressed what he thought were key issues for the Minister to hear, and I think that all the things he raised were perfectly fair. I think the feeling amongst the Post Office was that we're doing quite well in terms of HSS, etc., in terms of getting offers out. Clearly, that's not the view of the postmasters, but as I say, that was the view internally, that we're doing quite a good job, and exonerations, it's not for us, and we don't believe in it anyway. So I think there's a balance here between what the postmasters think, the Post Office thinks is doing a good job. That's not clearly the view of postmasters, but that was what I think drove them. Why we don't need to raise it to the Minister, because things are on track.
Okay, so you have been shadowing since October. This is now your first board meeting. the company's view is things were going okay on compensation. Presumably that was something that you shared at that occasion then?
No, I didn't share it, but I think the answer is it's very early. In your first board meeting, when you are listening to everything, I mean, as chairman, if you're assuming you're in there for 9 years, you have to acclimatise yourself, try and work out what's happening at a board meeting, how things work. You can't, at the first board meeting, just make statements when you're not really sure of all the facts. Don't forget a lot of my other examples that I gave in terms of really a priority that was not being given to postmaster claims were all after this board meeting. So this was the first one. So my thoughts were forming, but they weren't absolutely firm.
Could we please turn to poll 004486676, please? We're now towards Christmas 2022, and there's an email exchange between Mr. Reid and yourself. If we could start, please, on page 3. The bottom of page 3. Thank you. We don't have the email below this in the chain, or we may have it, but it's not showed here. But this is a response from Mr. Reid to yourself, and he says, "Thank you, Henry. This is part of the problem. Non-executive directors attempt to play executive roles, dipping in and out, which causes confusion amongst colleagues. Unfortunately, because Tom," I think that's a reference to Tom Cooper, the UKGI non-executive director, is that correct?
Correct.
Works 4 days a week on post office, he sets a precedent. This needs to change. And your response above is, "In the past, I've had a couple of non-executive directors who have struggled with understanding the difference between executive directors and non-executive directors." In the next paragraph, you say, "Unfortunately, Tom is not inexperienced. He feels he has special status, and I do not think he wants to be helpful. He seems to want to undermine management and to be antagonistic." Can you expand on that, please?
Yes, I mean, it is a very different role, the UKGI representative on this board, compared to a normal non-executive. One has to say that on the one hand. On the other hand, it is odd to spend 4 days, that much time, 4 days a week. You're neo-executive. And that is why Mr. Reid felt that the UKGI representative was dipping in and out. And throughout my first year, in all the surveys that we did of when people left, I don't know if we're going to come on to that, but when 3 directors left, I had an independent survey done to find out their views. And the role of the UKGI director was raised as an issue, and it was raised also in the board evaluation report that came out soon afterwards. So there was some dissatisfaction on the board, and I think there probably still is, in terms of the role of the GI director and how much power they have.
And what do you mean?
Equally, it's a very difficult role for that UKGI director, and I accept that.
What do you mean by, I don't think he wants to be helpful?
Well, I think he was making a number of points to the management, which I think that they found weren't helpful, that were perhaps off the mark. And I don't think that Tom Cooper saw that as his job, that he wanted to be helpful.
If we scroll up, another response from Mr. Reid. He says, "That's a fair summary, Henry. My primary issue with Tom is that he fails to fulfill his role, which is to act as an interface between the company and government and to act as a cheerleader for what we do and the value we play in society." Just pausing there, is that an accurate description of the role of the UKGI shareholder, or what it should be?
I don't think it is the role of the UKGI.
What do you see as the role of the UKGI shareholder?
It's very difficult because, as I say, I've never come across anything like it as a role. So I think almost it is what the UKGI director seeks to make it. So, but I don't think it's just to act as a cheerleader, or really as a priority. It should be that. It should be, I think, to make sure that public monies, and there are very, very significant sums involved, are well spent.
He then continues, nothing about the way he conducts himself suggests this happens. He has little or no influence in government and doesn't understand the politics. I'm consequently fearful for the next 4 weeks and how we are being positioned in Whitehall. What was the significance of the next 4 weeks? Do you recall?
I can't.
If we scroll down at those final 2 paragraphs on that email, it says, at the board, he has asymmetric information and therefore an undue influence over everyone, the chair included. He is simply much closer to the day-to-day mechanisms of the business, has an army of analysts to delve into his personal areas of interests, and consequently undue influence. Tim, that's your predecessor, Tim Parker, did duck it. He felt he could influence him. Sadly, no evidence of that. The opportunity and challenge for any incoming non-executive director will be corporate knowledge, history, and how government works. Getting the selection right, of course, will be important, but I'm afraid you will struggle to have an effective and, most importantly, independent board until you address the elephant in the room. What did you understand by that?
Well, there are a lot of issues within there, starting from the back. I realised that fairly early on this was going to be an issue, and actually setting up an independent board that wasn't overly influenced by either UKGI or DBT or indeed the UKGI nominated director was very important to establish the independence of the board. And I'm not sure I fully succeeded, but that was always my aim. My predecessor did actually also, Nick Reed is right, did say, this is a huge elephant in the room, Henry, and I just wasn't prepared to take it on, and you've got this problem to deal with. He did have undue influence, that's fair to say. Equally, as I've said before, you could see, he felt he had a special role in terms of looking after public monies. So I could see both sides of where people were. They were both right.
Was there considerable frustration at the role of UKGI and its non-executive director as at Christmas time 2022? Yes,
there was, and as I said, I did do an independent survey of the 3 directors who were leaving, 2 of them who were leaving before their 9 years were up. And one of them said, it seems like each director round the table has 1 vote, and it seems like the UKGI director has 10 votes. So actually, we're nothing more than an advisory board. We have no power. Words like a puppet board were used. So obviously, I was worried to hear that. And that's why I thought it's a priority to set this board up as an independent board. But clearly there was dissatisfaction from Nick Reed, and indeed with quite a number of the independent directors. So I actually did go to UKGI and said, look, it's not working. I'm not blaming Tom, but actually I think we need to have a fresh start. And they accepted that. And said they would implement it. It may take a month or 2, said Charles Donald, but they did.
If we scroll up, please, we can see your response. You say, I think there is no getting away from the issue. It was the pathway to getting the right result that I was reflecting on, and your email made good sense. I am on the 3rd of January seeing Sarah Mumby, and we'll pop into the office after that. If you are in, we can discuss in specific detail. If we scroll up, please, you've then forwarded that exchange to Mr. Tidswell. And you say as follows, Ben, as the future senior independent director, I want to copy you in on an email received from Nick today. Removing Tom is very, very tricky territory, trickier than Nick imagines. However, it needs to be done, I fear. We will then have a unified board and the execs and non-execs working together to sort out post office's issues. We must get away from the carping, the undermining of management, and the disproportionate influence Tom has over the board. What do you mean by carping and undermining of management?
Well, I think I've talked about it, that he would make his points. Sometimes they were quite detailed points as a non-exec would see it, and I think as the execs would see it, and therefore they felt he's not running this company, we are. We don't agree with him. We've got to spend all this time dealing with it. So it was certainly a word used by me that that was his approach, and I agree with it. As I say, whilst at the same time understanding the difficulties of the UKGI director. So I wanted a unified board. I recognise how tricky it was. Actually, it was a lot less tricky than I thought. UKGI were very understanding when I said to them we needed to change, not because I was being critical of Tom. I just think we needed a change, and that would help steady the ship in terms of having a unified board.
It says, Nick, you and I will have to work hard with our 3 new non-executive director colleagues and Brian to have a proper functioning board that knows the difference between the executive directors and non-executive director roles. I know I can rely on you and think Brian can be one round. You will see that Nick has other issues with regard to the role of the UKGI non-executive director, which Tom does not fulfil. I'm seeing Sarah Mumby in early Jan will keep you posted. If we scroll up, we have the response from Mr. Tidswell. I agree, it will be very tricky, but I also agree it seems inevitable. My sense is that it will require firm engagement at the highest levels, both within UKGI and BAYS. It will probably also fit quite naturally into the suite of difficult subjects we have to broach in the next few weeks, including the funding issues, the network, and Nick's pay. I suspect everyone feels that things aren't working as they should. So it seems that there are 4 issues at the top of the Post Office's priority list at that point in time. First is the replacement of the UKGI non-executive director, which we've seen in that email exchange. And then we come to those 3 other issues: funding issues, the network, and Nick's pay. Is that a fair summary of the position as at the 23rd of December 2022?
No, I don't think it is a fair summary of the key issues we were facing, but there were some of the issues that we were facing.
Why don't you think it's a fair summary?
Well, I think a fair summary, I referred earlier to the fact that when I took the business over, I thought it was a mess. And the reason it was a mess was that it was hugely unprofitable. With respect to remediation, as I say, the government and the Post Office were dragging their heels. There was no appetite for exoneration. We had costs that were completely bloated. We had an issue with regard to cultures and how poorly postmasters were viewed by the organisation. We had a structure that was far too many layers of management, and yet everything came up to the top. No one was taking a decision. We had a culture. We had an issue with regard to governance, and particularly remuneration governance, which we might come on to. So there were a string of priorities, all of them very important. And when I say remuneration, one of them obviously was the Nick pay issue. So funding was important, the network was important, but there were a string of others, and I wouldn't put I would put them, all of the things I've mentioned were massive issues.
We still, by this stage, though, don't see correspondence or communications with government by yourself in relation to remediation,
No,
do we?
I've been in post less than a month.
We then have the meeting with Sarah Mumby on the 5th of January 2023. That document can come down. Thank you. You've said in your statement, it's paragraph 14, that you were aware in your words that Horizon was a completely unreliable system by that stage. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've said that 700 plus convictions of sub-postmasters were suspect, I think was the word you used. Is that right?
Yes.
And you've also said that the redress schemes at that stage were administered in a bureaucratic and unsympathetic way. Is that right?
Correct.
At that stage, what was your concern regarding the bureaucratic and unsympathetic administration?
Well, as I say, you picked up one of the examples. I also referred in my statement to estate duty, where this is where there'd been a death in the family, and we were talking about the principles, and the view was if we widened the principles that we'd open ourselves up to more claims. So I thought that seemed pretty unsympathetic to me. I thought at that same meeting, the legal counsel talked about the duty of care that we owed postmasters, and he said we owe a duty of care to our employees, but we don't owe the same duty of care to postmasters. And I thought that completely missed the point. The postmasters are an integral part of this organisation, and particularly after all that had happened to them over the last few years, to feel that we didn't owe them the same duty of care as we did to our employees, I thought was pretty unsympathetic. I thought we owed them probably a greater duty of care than to our employees.
Will we find that reflected in the minutes?
No, I talked to... my style as chairman is not to pull up people at board meetings. I go and see them afterwards and say, I just don't think that it hits the mark, really, does it? That's what I've done I've been the chairman of a number of companies for many, many years. That's my style. I think it works. And that's what I did in respect of these issues, was chat to Simon, who ran Remediation, or Ben Tidswell, in terms of his comments about opening things up to further claims, and to Ben Fote in respect of his comments about not having a duty of care to the same extent for postmasters.
We'll be hearing from Mr. Ricaldin in due course. Do you think that he will give evidence that there was a conversation between the two of you?
Yes.
Which he said we're not getting it right in terms of the attitude towards sub-postmasters?
In that particular issue, yeah.
If we could take your statement onto screen, it's WITN 114-10100. And could we please turn to page 6, paragraph 13? Thank you. It's page 6, paragraph 13. I'm just going to read paragraph 13 out. You say, there were firstly the legacy of the Horizon scandal, which would require the full and speedy exoneration of all the convicted postmasters and appropriate and rapid redress to the thousands of postmasters and their families who had lost so much. Secondly, there was the need to replace the discredited Horizon IT system. It was clear that both would require substantial sums to be earmarked, but I assumed the case for doing so was so overwhelming that the necessary funds would readily be set aside. It was therefore a considerable surprise that when I met the civil servant overseeing the post office early in my term as chairman, I was told that there would be little appetite in government for the kind of decisive and morally imperative action that I believed was necessary. Instead, the message I received was that I was expected to fulfill a more limited caretaker role, overseeing a more modest plan to hobble up to the next election. I addressed this meeting in more detail below, and I'd like to take you to various notes that have been taken of that meeting. Could we start, please, by looking at RLIT 400254, please? Is this your note of the meeting?
Correct.
And I think it's a note that you sent to Mr. Reid on the 6th of January in the morning. And it's a note of your meeting the day before, is that right?
Correct.
I'd just like to take you through the notes. If we scroll down, thank you, if we start with where it says Sarah. Sarah asked for first impressions. I said I had been on over a dozen public company boards and not seen one with so many challenges. I focused on the financing and network challenges. On financing, we had identified in September a deficit of £210 million. After much effort, we identified savings of £170 million, mainly out of the change budget, cap, and exponentials. However, since the extra costs of 120 million, since then, extra costs of 120 million have arisen. From Horizon, 60 million pounds, training needs, especially with inquiry. Can you just assist us with what that issue was?
The training needs.
Yes.
I can't remember the details of it, I'm sorry.
Might it be that the earlier phases of the inquiry had identified issues with the training of sub-postmasters and a decision was taken to invest an additional £60 million in training?
That is my guess, but I didn't want to say it for sure, but that's my guess.
Inquiry, £30 million, taking longer. And telephony/internet, £30 million. In total, we have a shortfall, therefore, of £160 million, and this before the deficit arising from the material downturn in shortfall, downturn in the parcels business, and to a lesser extent from the implications for our cash business of the FCA money laundering regs on deposits. So the issues being raised there in terms of spending appear to be related to Horizon training, costs related to the inquiry, and also additional costs relating to telephony and internet. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, if I could just say from my experience, if this had happened in any other company I'd be chairman of, I'd have blown again. These are huge numbers swinging around. I've never come across a company where you would come across this.
Where do you think responsibility for that lies?
I mean, you could say it was the chairman, but I've just been appointed.
What do you say?
It's management, really, isn't it? Always is.
Fundamentally, what do you see the issue there?
It's a very good question. It's to be fair, this is a very unusual situation, but nonetheless, I just didn't feel that we really had enough of a grip on costs.
But is that a problem with specific individuals? Is it a problem with anything that you can actually put your finger on, or is it just it's all a bit too difficult?
I couldn't put my finger on it then. As I said, these are huge numbers swinging around, massive numbers I'd never seen before, and it has to come down to management. I couldn't pinpoint a particular manager, but it has to be management.
It then says there was a likelihood of a significant reduction in post offices if more funding was not required. Last year, half of all post offices were either loss-making or earning less than £5,000 profit. The position would have deteriorated substantially because of increase in minimum wage and fuel/electricity prices. A recent survey indicated that 1/3 of postmasters would hand back their keys over the next 5 years, and that figure would now be higher because of extra costs. The reputational consequences for Post Office and for government were fraught. Sarah was sympathetic to all of the above. She understood the huge commercial challenge and the seriousness of the financial position. She described all the options as unattractive. However, politicians do not necessarily like to confront reality. This particularly applied where there was no obvious route to profitability. What do you understand by the comments being made there?
I think it's a big point that she's making about no route to profitability. I mean, I think if I were a minister, I'd be concerned about pouring good money after bad. So I think it's a fair request to ask for a route to profitability. But as I said, the route to profitability is a fundamental rationalisation of this business, reducing the cost base and, in fact, also attacking the income numbers. But it was not something that would be achieved without big investment and a big reaction from management to get it right.
It continues, she said we needed to know that in the run-up to the election there was no appetite to rip off the Band-Aid. Now was not the time for dealing with long-term issues. We needed a plan to hobble up to the election. Now, those comments appear to be broad comments about funding, not directed towards the matter of redress. What do you say about that?
I think that the comments about the funding that were required for the Post Office, the big spends were the inquiry, but I think the costs there would have to be what they would be. The costs would relate to Horizon, and as I said to Nick Reed afterwards, that is the one where I think we're most exposed. We really do need to have a much better grip on what these costs are. The third area was funding, was remediation, and the fourth area was just outflows out of the business. And I said to Nick, of the last two, the last one, we've clearly got to get our handle on the cost situation and in the media and on the consequences.
And where in this conversation with Ms. Mumby, in your note of the conversation, do we see the issue of remediation, redress, compensation being raised with?
This, my file note was not meant to be a full record of what took place. I just wanted to, because we haven't talked about, my note didn't cover Horizon, for instance, which we ought to talk about. I wanted to record two things. One, that I had told the Permanent Secretary that this business, in terms of commerciality, was a problem child, and secondly, to deal with the other points that I raised. But it wasn't meant to be a full record of everything she said.
So aghast were you by that letter outlining the strategic priorities for 2022-2023 and the references in there to fair value for the taxpayer and compensation? Why do you think it is that you didn't note down any references to compensation and redress in this note?
Well, it's because I thought I was more interested in making the general points that she made, which was there's no appetite to rip off the Band-Aid. Treasury is finding money very, very tight, and as I said, the tightness would be in those four areas, which is Horizon, remediation, the inquiry, and trading.
And where is remediation in the note?
The remediation is not in there, neither is Horizon.
Well, Horizon.
As I said, it wasn't meant to be a full note. It was meant to be just recording, the trading position, to let her know how precarious the position was in respect to the network. And secondly, I wanted to record her overall comments that she made with regard to Band-Aid hobbling into the election, restricting spend.
It then says, having said that, we and Bayes needed to do the long-term thinking for a new government of whichever colour. This would include what is politically acceptable with regard to the size of the network. She also referred to operational issues colouring the Treasury's thinking. Trust in the Post Office board and management has not been high. They could see this as another begging bowl request from the Post Office. I said the funding issues revolved around poor decisions made many years ago with regard to Horizon and related legal issues. With regard to
the related legal issues, of course, I was referring to remediate. That was my reference to Horizon and remediation, the related legal issues.
With regard to the forthcoming meeting with the Secretary of State, she gave some advice. He's nice and easy, but not interested in meetings. He prefers the written form. We should expect him to be pushy and demanding, as he was with the train operators while Secretary of State for Transport. I think this is Grant Shapps by this stage.
Correct.
Is that right? He would hold us to account. He will take a hard line on pay. So far, Sarah's efforts on pay have fallen on deaf ears. So it looks as though, again, there's discussion here in respect of Mr. Reed's pay. Is that right?
Correct.
We then have a note that was taken by the Department for Business. Could we please turn to Bayes 40752? Thank you very much. We can ignore the top email because that, I think, formed part of an investigation into what had been said. So that's dated 2024 at the top. But looking now at the emails that we have on at the bottom of the screen, And if we scroll down, we can see that this was in fact a note that was taken and circulated on the 6th of January relating to that meeting. And it says, Sarah met with Henry yesterday. Thanks very much for the support on briefing. It was fairly frank/open conversation in general. I should flag that Sarah opted not to write to Henry prior to the meeting. Read out below, left longer as I think useful. And let's go through the note that was taken by the department. Henry noted he's never seen a corporation challenged on so many fronts, don't have the luxury of prioritisation, as every issue is a big one. That corresponds broadly with what was written in your note. SM, so Miss Mumby, agreed that challenge is significant and that politics around the post office make this an even trickier problem to solve. The timing of agreeing a longer-term solution this year is also very difficult politically. Noted that we do need to be ready for what that answer is, though. Miss Mumby flagged that the relationship on funding with Her Majesty's Treasury is difficult. Their view will always lean towards the begging bowl type scenario, a dynamic worsened by the horizon/inquiry costs. Again, that's consistent with your note. Mr. Staunton, Miss Mumby agreed to having a frank and open relationship on the post office. Miss Mumby gave a background to the Secretary of State's ways of working, noting fairly hard, pushy with ALB partner organisations, again a matter that's addressed in your note. There's then a lengthy section on Mr. Reid's pay. Sarah Mumby, sympathetic to case for Mr. Reid and have been working hard to push this forward. Secretary of State has very hard line on executive pay and haven't so far been successful in getting progress, but have postponed formal decision until post your chat with the Secretary of State. Secretary of State understands risks of Mr. Reid leaving. By this stage, had Mr. Reid said that he was going to leave if he wasn't paid more?
I believe so. There was quite a delay between sending this letter and the meeting of the Secretary of State, and I think he wasn't eating away at Nick, but I think clearly it was important to him, and at that stage he was clearly wanting movement on his pay, and I've set it all out in my evidence statement, my witness statement. I think by then he was already saying, "I'm threatening to leave."
Balancing act in terms of yourself raising it at meeting, given the first discussion with the Secretary of State, so potential for getting off on the wrong foot, combined with relatively low chance of success. And it records your response. You can understand from the Secretary of State's perspective why it's difficult to approve and have already flagged this to Mr. Reid. Reflected that if the permanent secretary can't get progress, it's unlikely he will get much further, and questioned his worth in raising it. Miss Mumby said that if there is a good point in the conversation to land the issue or argument, could still consider raising it, but he isn't going to agree to a full request, still worth trying to get what he can. And it records yourself as keen to be straightforward with regards to Mr. Reid. There's then a section on succession management. Ms. Mumby says the Secretary of State knows problems with internal succession and the management team isn't as strong as could be, so will likely raise this as a challenge to fix. What was the issue there?
Well, as I said when I ran through why the company was a mess, I said the management was an issue, and so I don't disagree with Sarah's assessment. So it was a fair point, but this company was in a state of some crisis, so I think it's very easy to be critical of the management. But from the early days, I thought, my goodness me, I've never seen a team having quite so much on their plate, or anywhere near as much on their plate. So I think it's easy to be critical for Ms. Mumby to say we need strengthen the management and it'll all go away. It needed something far more fundamental than that. Ms.
Mumby ran through what we've been doing our side to think about policy options and presumably cost, as the pound sign. Noted 3 difficulties on pounds. 1, we don't have it. Will need to come from elsewhere. 2, in order to give any money, it would need to be approved by Her Majesty's Treasury, who won't allow us to give until we have long-term plan, but the timing doesn't work, so trying to do something to bridge. 3, subsidy control. Without an excuse, we can just lift cash over. We can't just lift cash over the wall. Have to be subsidy compliant, but should be fixable, and is our problem to fix. Ms Mumby says we might end up doing something small to buy space to collectively to get to the longer term. You both discussed political dynamics of policy options, for example, difficulties in reducing networks. Then says that you mentioned targets referred to in inquiry hearing. Wasn't looking for an apology, but wider point around being synced up and acknowledging where each other's roles lie. Was keen him and Sarah strategically aligned where possible. Now, this does seem to be the first mention of compensation or redress. Do you agree with that?
To be honest, I can't recall quite what she meant about targets in respect to the inquiry hearing, but I assume it was remediation.
I think the issue was, we saw in that very first document that we have seen, there is reference in the original strategic priorities for the department's priority to be an ambition of 100% of offers made at the end of 2022 in respect of the Horizon Shortfall scheme.
That was the difficult. That's where the apology was sought from the Post Office management, which was actually, they never said they would get 100%. They said they would get 95%. It's quite to me, it was quite a small issue, but clearly this had been blown up on both sides as to whether it was 100% or 95%. I wasn't interested in getting to the middle of that skirmish.
I think the skirmish related to whether it was a target or an ambition.
Indeed.
As you say, a skirmish about what was said at the inquiry rather than something more substantive.
Absolutely.
We then get on to Ms Mumby, also keen to be aligned as far as possible. They reflected that the level of trust in the Post Office board/management isn't that high, and that funding will come with conditions/scrutiny. That's how HMT work, but agree with everyone playing in correct lane. Then, it once again records, Mr Staunton queried Mr Reed's bonus. Ms Mumby noted in the same place as pay. Ms Mumby, Mr Staunton agreed bad if they have to repay and not worth it for the amount. Mr Staunton thought shouldn't have gone to Ms Mumby in the first instance. Can you assist us with that discussion?
I can't remember what the issue was on the bonus. I don't know if it, and we may come to it, but the whole issue of the bonus that the department were wondering whether the senior management should repay because it had been paid before it had been approved by the department. I'm wondering if that's what it was. Is that what she meant? We might come to it, I presume. Yeah.
Why is it throughout this discussion we don't see any significant discussion about redress and compensation, certainly not in the note that was taken by the department?
I don't think it was discussed at length. I mean, this was she called me in for an introductory meeting. As I said, I'd been in post a month by then. I think you're forming your views. I haven't made up any final views. This is very early days to walk in and start talking about that remediation is going too slowly. At that stage, was too big a call. So I think I was there to listen to what she had to say. And as I say, I mean that file note doesn't record the key things, which was hold on to the purse strings, don't spend any money, hobble into the election, don't take any long-term decisions, don't rip off the band-aid. I mean that was the message that I received from this meeting. None of course, that has been minuted.
If we scroll up, we see considerable time seems to have been dedicated to the discussion of Mr Reed's pay at this meeting. it might be thought that matters of redress compensation and the detail of that is more important than discussion of Mr. Reed's pay.
I think if I were a postmaster, I'd be horrified that when their remuneration's going up by 1 or 2% and their costs are going up by more than that, i.e. they're making less money and it's very marginal at best, to see this sort of discussion of moving a pay package to over 1.1 million just for target, let alone for good performance.
Why were you personally dedicating so much time to that?
It was astonishing. I think, firstly, I think Lisa Harrington and Tom Cooper were very unhappy with what was going on. They just, as I said, we go back to the bonus that had been unauthorized and paid up, and they were very angry about it. They were very angry about the whole way remuneration worked. So I talked to them, and Tom had a very good reading as to the department. He said, "Send it in, Henry, but you'll get a refusal." So Grant Shapps did turn me down, and I can talk through the events after that in due course.
We started today with the strategic priorities for 2022, 2023, and the evidence that you gave was to the effect that you were horrified by the approach that was taken in that letter to the need for value for money, etc., in respect of compensation issues. You're now meeting with the very person who has responsibility for those issues, the very person who wrote that letter to your predecessor. Why don't we see in either your note or their note any significant discussion of that issue?
Well, as I say, I was called in. It was a listening meeting to hear what she had to say. She didn't specifically raise those issues of the taxpayers' money, and it was her meeting. I just felt that it's a big issue to talk about the role of getting value for money for taxpayers when it comes to remediation for postmasters. But I thought that was a matter that we would need to sort out in due course. It was way too early in my tenure, after a month, to form firm views on what was happening.
To give an idea of the relevant timeline, so far as the inquiry is concerned, on the 6th and 13th of July of 2022, there had been an inquiry hearing on compensation. On the 15th of August 2022, the chair had published a progress report on compensation. You had been attending the board since October of that year. We're now in the new year. Your first meeting with the permanent secretary. Why is it that Nick Reed's pay seems to take a great deal amount of space on the page, whereas compensation, redress for sub-postmasters doesn't?
Well, it was taking up a disproportionate amount of time. I mean, in my witness statement, it took up 10% of my witness statement, talking about what was happening on the chief executive's pay. That just shows how the priorities in terms of pay were to the management.
What went wrong there?
Well, I think what went wrong was that the management feel that this is meant to be more like a public company than a company owned by the state, and therefore the remuneration levels should be closer to that than that of a public company. That, I think, is what went wrong. And to start with, I thought maybe there's something in that, but once I'd seen Grant Shapps, I could tell that's not the way government looked at it. They didn't see it as a company that was more like a public company. They saw it as a company that was owned by the government, and that's why the Secretary of State, Grant Shapps, pointed me towards how much he might earn and how much permanent secretaries might earn versus how much the executives of the Post Office might earn.
I'd like to move on before we take our morning break to some early observations after that meeting. Could we please first actually turn to poll 00423699, and this is Mr. Cameron's email on the robustness of our governance that was sent to Mr. Reid. And we'll bring that up onto screen. If we scroll over, please, to the bottom of page 2, it's an email that the inquiry has previously seen in an earlier phase. And no doubt it's an email that we'll see again this afternoon with Mr. Cameron. If we scroll down, thank you. Did you see this email at the time, or thereabouts?
I don't think I did, but I think Alisdair chatted me through it, as just part of our conversations.
I'll take you quickly through it. We've already seen it with another witness, so I won't read it all out. We agreed to do a rapid subjective assessment of the issues around our governance, which we might want to fix before we get an expert in. Were you aware of an expert being brought in to look at governance issues at this stage?
Yes, and I was aware that Alisdair wanted to have a chance to fix them before we got an expert in who just repeated the fact that we had a problem.
Board membership, we need to get another accountant to support Simon J. Sorry. If we scroll down, group executive, and there's a series of issues regarding the group executive. If we scroll down, 3 was decision making.
If I could just,
Absolutely.
That's quite a big important there. He refers to CIJ.
Yes.
And I think that's quite important to touch on. Will you come back to that?
Well, we can address that now. There's a reference there to the CIJ scorecard. What did you understand by that?
What we had was, if I could just step back a moment.
Yes.
Justice Fraser issued 2 judgments. One was the CIJ, which was mainly around contractual issues, but included some other items. And the HIJ judgment was really 15 big recommendations on how we should move forward. These were really important, and the scorecards were there to try and tick off what Justice Fraser wanted to make sure that we got there. And Alisdair's comment here was, actually, that's not what we're doing. We're not measuring the things that Justice Fraser is really interested in terms of losses, rapid buttons for press if you've got a problem, investigations, etc. So he was really concerned that we were not moving in the right direction.
Were you aware at that time of what the CIJ scorecard was?
No, I wasn't. I wasn't aware of it at all. I mean, I was interested because I felt that it was. We'll come and perhaps talk about it later as to the board, as to whether CIJ, HIJ was receiving the right priority. But at that point, I wasn't aware of the detail of what was in the scorecard and what happened, and that we weren't measuring the correct things. It all came out from talking to Alisdair.
And at this point in time, did you have a view as to whether the business was appropriately addressing those issues in the historic issues judgment and the common issues judgment?
I didn't have a view. It was before I joined the board, there was a board meeting where they discussed actually implementing the HIJ and CIJ judgments in November 22. Nick Reid reported that we didn't have sufficient funds to proceed both with the Horizon replacement and the CIJ, HIJ recommendations. And Tom Cooper said, well, they're both equally important. But Nick said if there's only room for one, we should move forward with replacing the system. And I said to him, my view is, for what it's worth, I haven't even been here a matter of a few days, surely we should fix what Justice Fraser wants. An accountant starts, let's fix the basics, and spending £800 million on a new system, well, we should get to that, but let's do the basics that we can, because that will inspire confidence from our postmasters that we have a system that they can rely on. But as a chairman, you don't take the decisions. The chief executive runs the company. That's very important to understand. You're there to guide thinking, nudge, and only in the last resort overrule. So I thought, well, I've raised it. I think it's for Nick to think about. And in the end, he thought about it. And actually, the priority was the NBIT system. It was not what I would have done if I'd been chief executive, but that was the view that was taken.
So the decision was to prioritise the new Horizon system
Correct.
over implementing
Justice Fraser's
matters
recommendations.
raised by
Yeah.
Mr. Justice Fraser. Can you assist us approximately with what kind of time period that was when that decision was taken?
That was at the board before I joined.
Thank you. We get to the NBIT system at point 4 of Mr. Cameron's email. He says as follows in respect of NBIT: we've not had any formal governance of NBIT for months, and there is no date when we can expect it. The group executive has no idea, for example, why R2 has been delayed. Is that a second rollout of some sort?
Yes.
Or the extent to which it matters. No one is working on how we run the post office after NBIT. What was your understanding of the concerns regarding the NBIT system at that stage?
They were very, very real. They were very, very real as far as Alisdair Cameron was concerned. Normally with these big projects, you have an executive committee that really gets into the detail, and you have a board committee that looks at it more strategically, in governance terms, make sure that the exec committee know what they're doing. And the executive committee was abolished in about November, as I recall, and that's precisely why Alisdair raises the problem, and it wasn't set up for months. And he says in a different memo, it's reckless. And I said to Nick, we really have to have an executive committee that runs this. But there was no executive committee right the way through to the half year, and I was getting feedback from other people for Alisdair saying, look, there's a problem building up here. The costs are out of control. And sure enough, in June, we were informed as a board that the project, instead of costing 330 odd million, it was going to cost 840 million. I mean, that is an indication of how staggeringly out of control this project was. So I think Alisdair's probably not is being a bit kind to say what he said.
You mentioned a decision in June, or information that was provided to you in June.
Correct.
In your statement, you also refer to an incident in May of 2023, where you say Jane Davies had spoken to Mr. Cameron, and there's an allegation there that the full exposure had been hidden from the board. Can you assist us with that allegation?
Well, only to the extent that I think Alisdair's view was that the truth wasn't coming out, and at the same time, shortly after, we had that John Doe letter which said exactly the same thing. And I guess none of that would have transpired if we'd had an executive committee that was meeting fortnightly astride this project. It's normal, basic project control of a big project like that.
And we'll get to the John Doe letter, but do you, in your opinion, is it your evidence that there was something intentional about the lack of information being provided to the board?
That would be what was happening within the IT department. I think that there probably was an intention for the picture not to emerge. But I have no evidence for that. That would be my gut feel. You cannot have a project going from just over 300 million to just over 800 million without some intention to hold back that information.
Thank you. We'll look at one more document before we take our mid-morning break. That's POL 004478666. And this is the board evaluation report that you referred to earlier. We're now at the 28th of March of 2023. And was this a document, a report that you asked to be created?
No, it's a normal annual evaluation where we contact the non-execs, well, contact all the board directors and one or two others to get their views on governance.
Thank you. There are points raised or areas for development set out there. The first is regarding board agendas. The second is the relationship between the group executive and the board needs to be strengthened and priorities aligned. There was concern about insufficient information flows between the two groups. Briefly, what was the concern there, and was it a concern that you shared?
Yes, I think, to be honest, it's the real issue was for the directors that we get these very lengthy reports which are difficult. There's just too much to read. And the main issue was that they were being asked as board directors to take a decision. And that's very unusual. Normally in a board, the executives take the decision and they bring it to the board for approval, which is very, very different. And I think that was the issue about the information. It was information on, but not in the way they would have expected to receive it.
Thank you. 3, the board needs time to review and reflect on its past decisions, and customers' views need to be considered further when the board is making decisions. And 4, the board would like clarity on the shareholder representative's role on the board. Does that go back to the December 2022 discussion that you were having regarding the UKGI non-executive director and the limits or extent of their role?
Partly, but it also, for me, confirmed what had happened from these 3 directors, one of whom left after 9 years and the other 2 who left before their time was up. And I got an independent review done by Ernst & Young as to their reasons for leaving. And they said, look, we're about to leave. That makes it very invidious for us. And I said, well, look, I'll tell you what, talk to Ernst & Young, and I, on a purely private basis, because I need to know, as a matter of record, why 2 of you are leaving early, really. And one of the issues that emerged, the key issue for me, they mainly emerged actually after talking to them about the report, was the issue of the UKGI director. So it wasn't a surprise to see this thing arising in this report.
If we turn to page 3, it sets out there the lowest scoring questions. There's also a section on the highest scoring questions. If we scroll down, look at the lowest scoring questions. To what extent does the board review past decisions? 2.3, so that the 2, a score of 2 means that the area requires development. 3 is good or at the required standard. If we scroll down, please, how would you assess the board's approach to considering the following stakeholder needs / views when taking decisions? Customers, again, 2.3. How seriously does the board take the development of individual directors and the board as a whole, and where it needs to improve? 2.5. And it's these last 3 that I'd like briefly to focus on. How effective are the relationships between non-executive board members and management in providing support and challenge? 2.8. What do you see as the concern there?
Well, as I said, I hadn't been there long, but it clearly came out that there was relationships between the non-exec and the management weren't quite as good as they would be normal in any other company I'd been with.
The level of insight provided by the UKGI representative into the strategic direction that the shareholder aspires to, 2.8. Is that much of the same that we've been discussing in relation to UKGI? Yes. Finally, how would you rate the quality of papers and presentations received by the board? Again, 2.8. Again, was that something that a concern that you shared?
It's the point I made. It was not so much the quality. Well, it would depend really by quality. It was the issue was too much decision making was required by the board, and all of this should be done at the top management level, if not below.
Can we please turn to page 11? And there are some open comments there in response to the question, how effective do you consider past board evaluations to have been, and do you feel the recommendations arising from past board evaluations have been implemented with sufficient rigour? I would like to look at those last 2 bullet points. First, with a new chair, I expect there'll be some shift towards greater challenge and accountability of senior management. Was that a concern that you were aware of when you joined, that there was a concern about the accountability of senior management?
I don't want to be critical of my predecessor, but I felt that was the case. I'm a fairly proactive chairman in terms of getting things done, and that's probably fair. I saw that as an issue.
There is a concern that the Post Office Board lacks independence from its shareholder. The shareholder's views are ostensibly given more weight than other non-executive directors or directors. The Post Office Board should act in the best interests of the Post Office, and it may have regard to its shareholder interest, but not at the expense of the Post Office. It's not always clear this is being done. Again, is this much of the same in terms of the...
This is the 10 votes versus 1 vote situation.
Thank you. So that might be an appropriate moment for us to take our mid-morning break, please.
Certainly, yes. What time shall we resume?
If we could take 15 minutes, so that's about 47 minutes past.
All right, fine.
Thank you. Still moving chronologically, can we please turn to poll 004487112? And this is the Chief Executive's report to the Board of the 6th of June. That will come up onto screen in a second. Thank you. The narrative states as follows. There can be little debate that the period since my last board report has been one of the most challenging for the Post Office in its recent history. A combination of the TIS submetric issue, that's the bonus issue that we discussed with Ms. Burton, combined with the racial codification scandal, as well as legal challenges to the historic Shortfall scheme, has put the organisation on the back foot reputationally as well as politically. It is also unlikely that this will cease in the near term. The Select Committee hearing at the end of the month, along with its publication of Amanda Burton's report, will ensure we remain in the media's spotlight. It is as yet unclear what approach the government proposed to take with their remuneration governance review, but it is unlikely to be positive. The implications of all this should not be underestimated. A fragile and brittle business is creaking. Morale is being severely tested. A culture of fear is developing. It is this final point that we should be especially concerned about. Colleagues are fearful of putting their heads above the parapet, of taking risks, and soon of admitting mistakes. Risk aversion and paralysis is setting in, which will not help our commitment to transparency. Was that a view that you shared?
Yes, it was.
And as at the 6th of June 2023, what in particular were you doing about it?
I think I ought to make plain the role of the chairman, because you asked a lot of questions about remediation. Why weren't you doing something about it? I just want to make sure that it's fully understood that the chief executive of any company runs the company, is responsible for everything on a day-to-day basis. Everything comes up to him. The chairman's role is, if he's not satisfied that sufficient progress is being taken, you challenge, you nudge, you try and clarify thinking, but in the end, you fully understand as the chairman that the chief executive is running the show, and if in fact you're unhappy with the way it's running the show, there's only one option, which is you find a new chief executive. But you're not running it, and I just want you indicated that somehow I was running the company. That's not the role of a chairman, just to be clear. So on something like this, I was aware of it, and we talk about it. I understood what was happening, and the answer is, what do we do about it? And that's what I talked to the chief executive about.
So you see the role of the chair of the Post Office to talk about a significant problem where there is a culture of risk aversion and paralysis setting in, and your solution to that is to talk about.
No, that's not fair. The answer is that if you're not running the company, you make suggestions as to what what Nick ought to think about doing. But it's not a question of talking. You make suggestions as to how you tackle the problem. But it's for the chief executive to tackle the problem and sort it.
And what were the concrete suggestions that you made to Nick Reed to resolve the very serious issues that he highlighted in his annual report to the board?
Well, his monthly report to the board, yeah. My main concern, as I touched upon it right at the beginning, which is we have layers of management and no one is taking a decision. Even before this culture of fear, decisions were not being taken at the right level. Everything was being passed up, and there was this fear, possibly, and this is what Nick said, possibly because of the inquiry. That they were fearful of making decisions because they might be up to give evidence. I found that unlikely because we weren't talking about a level of management where they would come before the inquiry, but that was his view, and that was part of the explanation. We've just got to get through the inquiry and things might normalise. I think that it was more than that. This business is not fleet of foot the way I would other retailers, Granada, W.H. Smith, the way they would tackle it, it wasn't fleet of foot in that sense. And I wanted to talk to him about my experience at Smiths and how we might make the business more fleet of foot. And of course, a lot of this thing comes back to, if you have commercial success, a lot of bits fall into place. So I was actually very anxious to think, if we're successful, people will feel confident about what they do. They'll feel they have a secure job because the business is expanding. And that actually is also part of dealing with this culture of fear.
Am I to understand from the answer you've given then that your answer is that the way to address the problem here is greater commercial success?
That's part of it, without any question. That always lifts morale in any company. If you're doing well, it's amazing what difference that makes to people taking decisions, not being fearful, etc.
And would you say
not the only reason, but it's without question, in my limited experience, it's a factor.
And are there any other concrete suggestions that you made at that time in order to resolve the problem?
I can't remember the detailed conference, but there's no doubt it was a big issue, and I think that Nick, not unreasonably, felt that this was not going to be solved immediately. It needed a longer-term issue. It came out even in the evaluations that we did, staff surveys. I've never seen, even with top management, we did the survey, that culture of fear and worry. So this was something that was not going to be sorted without a lot of thought and a lot of movement on all fronts.
Is there anything over and above thought and movement that you would suggest could resolve those problems as at that time?
Well, I can't remember the detail of it, but you know, the fact is it needed to be dealt with on a number of fronts. And I didn't feel that the management were being slow in that regard. I could quite see that with the lack of commercial success, with the inquiry, etc., why people were fearful. I understood that.
Let's move to the John Doe letter that you've referred to already in your evidence. It's Pol 004486889. It's an anonymous email, subject whistleblowing, and it's direct to yourself. I'm writing to you directly because I don't trust the Post Office whistleblowing process, and escalations into Nick Reed have not been dealt with. This email will also be sent to Sir Wyn Williams and Darren Jones. The disaster of NBIT is well known across different levels within the business. Recently, a number of people have raised concerns to Nick Reed and have been ignored. More than one individual is aware and has told Nick the board have been told untruths by the NBIT team and CIO about the extent of defects and timescales for R2 rollout that now won't be delivered until August, if then. Were you aware of those issues when you received this email?
Yes, I think I explained before that I had feedback from Alisdair in May that things were being hidden. Well, it goes right back to the fact that we didn't have an executive committee for some months, so that wasn't good project control. So when Alisdair said that there was a problem brewing in May, I fully expected that. I wasn't surprised. And then, of course, Nick reported to the board in June. This is when the project moved from 340 million to over 840 million. So it was all about this time. By the time of this note, I was aware the project was looking at, with contingency, over £1 billion. I mean, I was obviously shocked by it, and as you would expect.
The next paragraph, there has been no governance in place for NBIT for a long time, and what has been in place hasn't done what it's supposed to. Even the new steering group operates on misinformation because no one really has a clue what's going on, how long it will take to fix, and can't be open about how broken the programme is because it's already gone too far. Was there a feeling within the business that it was now effectively too big to fail?
No, I don't think that was the case. I think that I can only my view and the view of my fellow directors was this was an appalling situation to have to suddenly within 3 months have a project to be costing over £1 billion when we thought it was going to be at 300 million before. So, but I didn't think there was not a feeling that it was too big to fail. As I put in my witness statement, the answer is we needed to have at £1 billion, we need to have a rethink about what on earth was going wrong. And Nick Reed and I agreed that the monthly spend needed to be slashed while we took stock of where we were. Just to explain, if I could, with NBIT, there was we had to take the decision was taken before my time, which was should we have a system built off the shelf or have it done specifically for us, and then if it was done specifically, should we do that in-house or by some experts? And Post Office had taken the decision that we would do a specific system built in-house. That was the most risky route to take, but that route had been taken by the time I got there. Once we had this £1 billion number thrown at us, we agreed that we would get Accenture in, get them to do a review of what should take place, and that's what happened. And Accenture felt that what the Post Office was proposing, which was to have it built in-house on our own, was actually the right decision, although they recommended a partner, i.e. Accenture, should hold our hands going forward. As you'll see from my witness statement, I was a bit sceptical because I said I was concerned that the consultants were talking the project up, and to a certain extent the management, the IT management, were influencing the consultants. So even though I got the Accenture report, I just had in the back of my mind that they were just saying press ahead, and I wanted to know if there was a cheaper solution, which I did talk to the CIO about it at some length. So it wasn't as if, trying to explain to you, as if nothing was done when we saw this £1 billion. The answer is quite a lot was done.
Let's continue scrolling down. It says the NBIT project team and RTP teams work in silo. NBIT are secretive and told not to share updates or information with anyone from the wider business. The RTP team are being stood up to understand gaps in the NBIT plan that should have been managed under the CIO and NBIT director. Was anyone being held accountable at this stage within that team?
Yes. Mr. Reed felt that the NBIT director probably just wasn't coping, and we needed to make a change.
Can we scroll over the page, please? Setting up 2 separate projects under different leaders had been a colossal mistake from Nick, which he did despite being warned against it by the CFO and others. It has led to fighting and openly combative and negative behaviours from some of his group executive and other senior leaders. Were these kind of views isolated? Were they views that you were aware of more broadly? Did this take you by surprise?
I'm not sure. I didn't agree with the fact that it was wrong to have 2 separate leaders, and I know we've now gone to having one team, but actually the RTP team really was to take, their responsibility was to take a system developed by the IT team and implement it within post offices. It was a totally different set of skills that were required, and we had a manager called Kate Secretant who was just fantastic, but she couldn't have written an IT program, but she could really deliver on what goes on at the post offices. So I didn't disagree with having 2 teams because of the skill sets required. Equally, once you have 2 teams, there's always a degree of bickering, and you have to make a management decision as to the pluses and minuses of those 2.
Scrolling down, there is inefficiency across the business, but especially in the transformation, retail, CIO and NBIT teams. If we scroll down, the CIO is the worst leader I've experienced in a long and successful career. He's open about misleading the board with inaccurate dates and costs for NBIT and is incapable of making a decision or having a difficult conversation. Was that a view that you were aware of or that you shared?
Well, clearly, when you see a project go up to £1 billion and £300 million in the course of 3 months, clearly something's being hidden from you.
If we scroll down over the page, please. Retail path clearing is an expensive and time-consuming activity that needs to be delivered before the new system can roll out. But this is the day job of the retail team, and nobody with the ability to fix it seems to be questioning why they've not been doing what they should be, or why the retail director isn't owning fixing it now. And then there's a section there that addresses Mr. Reid. It says, Nick Reid has openly acknowledged and accepted the failings of some of his group executive team to more than one employee. That's been to him to express concerns, but has taken no action to deal with it. He's also aware of toxic behaviour from senior leaders and again does nothing to address it, even when he's witnessed it directly. He refuses to make the difficult decisions and nods along when people raise concerns, saying everything they want to hear, but then does nothing to resolve it. He's aware he has a senior people in a role not doing what they should, like Jeff Smith, and again does nothing to manage or deal with it, even though it's a waste of public money. Was this a view that you were aware of or shared?
Yes, probably. Yes.
Yes to both? You were aware of it and you shared it?
Yes.
The culture in the business is discussed.
Although I say that, that is my perspective. It is fair to say that this was an incredibly complex decision, the Horizon decision. So it's, I would put that in mitigation in terms of my criticism.
The culture in the business is disgusting and starts from the top with Nick and the group executive. More than one person has heard comments from Mr. Reid about public school education, and there's a class, race and gender divide at the top. We have a chief people officer suddenly disappeared from the business who happened to be the only female in his team. Now, without identifying any individuals involved or anybody who has been a whistleblower, broadly looking at this paragraph, what is your view?
We had a huge cultural problem. Certainly, even when I joined, there was only one female in the executive team, which I said to Nick, that's just doesn't fly. Ethnicity was very poorly represented across the team. You heard odd comments about jobs for the boys. I'd heard them and understood why those comments were made.
What do you mean by that? You understood why those comments? Oh, why these comments?
Because we did have a problem with ethnicity. We did have a problem with gender.
Nick made comments last week to the senior team about the horrific behaviours of the people who were part of the Horizon debacle, especially if they're still in the business. He doesn't seem to see how much of this is still going on, and it feels like he's doing exactly what these people did before saying, if you were here in the past, you need to go regardless of the situation. Now, we've heard about Project Phoenix and the Past Roles Project. In your view, as at this time, was the business doing enough in respect of those people who were involved in the underlying issues remaining in the business?
The underlying issue with regard to Horizon was we didn't have an executive committee managing in a normal project control sort of way what was happening. That was what was wrong. So there was no, if we'd had that, we would have, these issues would, no doubt in my mind, would have come to light. So, a lot of this would have been dealt with. Most of it would have been dealt with.
And I know you don't like the question, what did you do about it? But can I put that again? What did you do about it?
Well, I thought I'd said, really, which is I said to Nick, never in my experience have we not had an executive committee running a project like this. I did institute a board committee, an investment committee, so there was this overview of what should take place, and Andrew Darfour agreed to chair it, and he's a very, very, very competent person. But the fact is that a board committee doesn't work unless you've got an executive committee reviewing these things on a day-to-day basis.
What about the fundamental cultural issues that are addressed here?
Well, that's a different issue at all. That's got nothing to do with Horizon.
Yes. And what were you personally doing in respect of those fundamental issues?
Well, I think that you will have seen the evidence given by Saf Ishmael and Elliot Jacobs as to how hands-on I was with regard to dealing with the issues of postmasters and how we should treat them. And of course, there's a big ethnic issue within that. So I was doing a lot in that area. I think with regard to the horizon, it is a project, and really a project has to be managed by the executive. So if there are issues that are being hidden, if there's a feeling that there are too many public school jobs for the boys, it's for the management to sort out. And I said to Nick that's what we need to do. And if we had a proper executive committee, it would get sorted out.
Could we please turn to poll 00448-509? There's then a discussion at board level on the 5th of July about the letter. If we scroll down, we can see there's a heading Speak Up. And if we see below, it says the chairman shared his view. Some of the allegations raised did not appear to be strictly whistleblowing issues, and that it may be in order for the board to consider a different approach to address those allegations.
And that is because some of those issues were to do with competence and management rather than whistleblowing, which is to do with more cultural type issues.
We see below that, if we scroll down the page, Mr. Reid addressing the board. Now, given that some of those cultural issues were directed towards Mr. Reid's own abilities, do you think that the board at that point scrutinised those cultural issues sufficiently?
Well, with regard to competence, the board felt it was up to them to form a view after a review as to whether we felt the competence was right. And that is why we agreed to appoint Accenture to give us a view on all these things. So we didn't do nothing. We actually felt that would deal with competence. If it was to do with cultural, well, that should be part of the investigation into Mr. Reid, which it was.
We have KPMG involved by this point, Accenture involved by this point. We're going to move on to Grant Thornton also being involved by this point. What is your view as to whether the Post Office farmed out these issues to too many external agencies and didn't deal with it themselves?
I think that's a really good question. In my experience, I've never seen an organisation that uses consultants so much by a factor of 5. It's a really good question. It's very unusual, and it would not happen in a normal corporate. It's absolutely right.
You personally did instruct a number of those organisations, or were involved in the appointments, should I say?
Well, I didn't. I was keen for Accenture to give the board an independent view, and I was keen for Grant Thornton to be involved on governance type issues. Yes, that's right. But I'm talking just more generally.
If we could turn to the Grant Thornton report, that's at poll 00446-477. We see over the page it was commissioned in October 2023. So were you personally involved in the commissioning?
Correct.
Yes. We turn to page 7, and we see there the key findings. The inquiry's been through this report already and the key findings. Are there any in particular there that stand out for you that you were concerned about? I appreciate that this wasn't published until a year later.
Yes. Well, I think a key one is the first one, which is actually everything stems from having a proper group-wide strategy. I think, and my view for the strategy, which I touched on with the Secretary of State on the day she fired me, which was we needed to have a far more postmaster-centric organisation with more postmasters on the board. It would change our culture in terms of how much we spend. We'd be farming out a lot less to people and spending public money in that area. And I think what I saw was a slimmed. This was only a viable business if we slimmed it down significantly, but that would require funding. So it was the key issue for me, without doubt. Just looking down there, I think
Could I ask you about number 5? 5 is culture, a lack of trust, accountability and performance management. Post Office is plagued by a pervasive culture of reluctance to make decisions driven by fear of public scrutiny. Now, this very much echoes the observations made by Nick Reed that we looked at earlier that were made in June 2023.
Yeah.
It looks as though by the time this report of the 25th of June 2024, so a year later, that was still a problem within the business. Do you think that under your chairmanship, sufficient was done to address that issue?
Yes, I think we were trying to deal with it. I think, as I said before, the management structure was all wrong, and it just encouraged this reluctance to make a decision and performance manage, and everything was moved up in a business. I've never seen that in a business before. There are a number of cultural issues. The biggest cultural issue, of course, relates to how postmasters are viewed in this organisation. We could probably come back to that.
Well,
and
we'll come to it
chronologically,
yeah? in due course. And let's stick with the timetable. We're in October now when this report has been commissioned. Let's move on now to November. Could we please turn to poll 00448-694? We're now in November. If we scroll down, actually, if we could go to bottom of page 2 into page 3, this relates to something called Project Venus. Briefly, do you recall Project Venus as a name?
Is this to do with the postmasters? Yeah.
Yes, so let's have a read of that, the bottom email. It's an email from yourself to Simon Jeffries, who was a board member. Was he the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee?
Yeah.
Actually, if we scroll down, we can see his email to you, and he says, I was made aware of this project this evening. It would be helpful, please, if you could update me before the Audit and Risk Committee on Monday. Happy to give you a call tomorrow if convenient. And then we see your response, and you address the investigations into Mr. Ismail and Elliot Jacobs. You say, the balances with Elliot, as with so many postmasters, is problematic, partly reflecting the complications with Horizon. A summary of the saga is as follows. A detailed investigation was undertaken by the investigation team, and a balance of under £15,000 was agreed as owing by Elliot. This built up over a period of 6 to 10 years, bearing in mind that about £1 million a year goes through the intercompany account. The difference built up over a period of years, i.e. de minimis, is de minimis. So essentially you're pointing out there that the money owed by Elliot Jacobs was, in your view, de minimis, given the period and given the amount of money passing through his accounts.
No, these were not, that's precisely the point, these were not loans to David Jacobs. What we had here, as with any retail organisation, we had a difference on an intercompany account, just to have with any supplier relationship. This did not, and it's £200,000, but even £200,000 is de minimis in terms of the amount of business going through Jacobs' account. So it was, in any normal organisation, you just done a reconciliation of intercompany accounts, which eventually we did, and we found that only £15,000 or so was owed by Jacobs, which was infinitesimal in terms of the business going through. But what had happened was that the legal department did a complete investigation into these two postmaster directors. I think it was vindictive. I think it was to do with them raising issues with regard to postmasters generally, and it was completely out of order. And what we had was a situation was, even though when we found it, I think Sir Wynne said it took a year to do this investigation, and the answer is it took a year, but actually it could have been done in months, but it was held over these two poor people for a year. That's why I say it was vindictive.
If I could stop you there, Were you surprised that the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, by this stage, after a considerable period of investigation, wasn't aware of this issue?
Well, it's because these investigations, as part of our procedures, are not made public, because these people, as it turned out, these people were completely innocent. So we just wanted to find out what the position was. Now, what happened was the legal department, as part of this, the word's not vendetta, but as part of this attack on the postmaster directors, was saying these were loans to directors, when they clearly weren't. It was just intercompany trading. That's why I pulled you up on the word loan. This wasn't a loan. It was intercompany trading and nothing more. And they said somehow that the reduction from the £200,000 to the £15,000 was a benefit in kind. It wasn't. It was, the fact is, the Horizon system was lousy and was giving these wrong figures, and we could only prove £15,000 that was owed. So there wasn't an issue.
You then say, Foat spent a considerable amount on legal fees. I asked a subcommittee of Lorna, as the shareholder director, and Amanda, a lawyer, to look at the legal advice. Saf and Elliot have a feeling that Foat will just not let it go, that he keeps raising the matter, that somehow Elliot and Saf had an undisclosed conflict of interest. I gather he said that to you.
Yes.
They deeply resent that. They say it shows the post office has not changed, in that they think all postmasters are crooks. It's getting heated now. When I thought he had cooled the situation weeks ago, I thought the whole matter had now been finalised, following Amanda and Lorna's review, but it seems that Foat opened a second front with you. I have not seen the note that is being considered, so I'm unsighted on what is proposed. Saf and Elliot are obviously concerned that a note will lead to, is that a freedom of information request? Yep. Which they think is Foat's aim. They think that the matter has been investigated fully and the balance found to be owing is de minimis, and a Freedom of Information Act request will just allow Foat to pursue his vendetta. Very strong words at this point in time being used in relation to Mr. Foat. By this stage, November 2023, were you aware of an investigation into your own conduct?
No.
If we scroll up...
Can I just pick up on one thing, though?
Yes.
Which was, and this is not just being 100% supportive towards the postmaster directors. When the £15,000 was found to be owing, the post office agreed with Mr. Jacobs that he could just add that to the intercompany account and deal with it that way. And I said, no, I want you to write out a cheque, so I don't want any doubt that there's no loans to a director here. And they said, well, we've agreed what we're going to do at the post office. I said, nonetheless, I would like you to write out a cheque. So it's not a question of just siding with the postmasters. I took a firm line on that.
If we scroll up, we can see that exchange of correspondence with Mr. Jeffries. He asks for some more information on the top of page 2 because of the difference in the figures. And then if we go to the first page, we can see you give a more detailed explanation in respect of those figures.
And you can see that the chairman of the audit committee agreed.
Yes. Now, we do know that by this stage there was an investigation into a whistleblowing complaint that had been raised by Ms. Davies. But can I confirm that it is your evidence that by this stage you were not aware that it concerned you?
Correct.
You've suggested in your witness statement that the investigation into the sub-postmaster non-executives may have had some sort of ulterior motive. Can you assist us briefly with that, please?
Well, I believe, and so did the postmaster directors, it was because of their comments about the unsatisfactory cultural issues within the company that the postmasters have got their hands in the till, guilty until proven innocent. You would have seen all of those issues raised by them, and I think they felt that this was, in their view, some sort of payback vendetta.
As I've said, we're also at this time, the company is dealing with the allegations made by Ms. Davies, the Chief People Officer, or the former Chief People Officer. The inquiry isn't investigating every aspect of that complaint, and the reason the inquiry has named Ms Davies is because she has been previously publicly named in respect of this issue. In terms of timing, if it assists your answers, the Speak Up complaint for Ms Davies was made on the 4th of September 2023. And Ms Davies is said to have named you as part of, albeit not the main complaint, but as part of that.
No, she didn't name me at all. I wasn't named in that.
I'm coming to it. On the 10th of November, it is suggested that she is subsequently said to have named you as an individual who had made a discriminatory comment at a meeting with external recruiters. As I say, we're not addressing every single issue in today's hearing, but in terms of timing, it does seem as though by the time this happened and the concerns that you've raised there in vociferous terms regarding Mr. Fote, she had by that stage named you.
But I wasn't aware of that. Can I just say that Miss Davis, as she said to the Select Committee, this was a complaint by her into Mr. Reid and Mr. Reid alone, and she has said in writing that she thought this investigation was weaponised against me, following my support of the postmasters.
In terms of notification to you then, when is it that you believe that you were notified that you were the subject of that investigation?
I think sometime in December.
Thank you. Looking at the timeline again, the ITV drama was the 1st to the 4th of January 2024. So we're now moving to early 2024, and there was a letter that was sent to the Lord Chancellor. By way of background, could we please look at poll 00448-701, please? This is a letter from Nick Vamos, a partner at Peters & Peters Solicitors. I think the actual letter is undated, but it must be prior to the letter to the Lord Chancellor, which is the 9th of January. He says as follows: I wasn't sure who within the Post Office currently is engaging on this issue, but I assume you all are. Was this a letter that came to you at all?
No.
Do you know who it went to?
I assume Mr. Reid and Mr. Reid alone.
I've been listening with growing concern over the weekend to the report that Alex Chalk, who was then the Lord Chancellor, is actively considering stripping the Post Office of its role in appeals and or using legislation to overturn every conviction. I assume he's considering the HCAB, that's the House of Commons, recommendations in their 14th of December letter and attachment. My concern is not that the government will implement any of the recommendations, but that it will do so on a false basis because it does not have all the relevant information and advice. It needs to determine whether it will increase the number of successful appeals.
Sorry, Mr. Blake, to interrupt, but isn't HCAB the Horizon Advisory Board, not the House of Commons?
Absolutely. My apologies, sir.
That's fine.
The most significant issue is that all the HCAB recommendations and the recent media and political response is based on the false assumption that there are 700 wrongful convictions. Therefore, there are hundreds of miscarriages of justice still out there whose route to justice is somehow being thwarted by the Post Office and the system. In reality, it is highly likely that the vast majority of people who have not yet appealed were, in fact, guilty as charged and were safely convicted. Unless this is made clear to the government, it risks making incredibly important and expensive decisions on a completely false premise. I'm sure that this point has been or is being made to whoever is briefing Alex Chalk, but I also know that points can be misunderstood or watered down by the time they reach a minister, and this is one point that cannot be made strongly enough. He then identifies other issues. The second issue relates to the Crown Prosecution Service, unlikely to be taking a more generous approach than the Post Office. Third issue is that there are still many cases that need to go via the CCRC, and it has rejected 31 applications based on clear confessions and or other corroborating evidence of guilt. Fourth issue is the unspoken assumption that the Court of Appeal Criminal Division would overturn more convictions if only the Post Office would let it. And then if we scroll down over the page, please, the letter ends as follows. Please let us know if you need assistance from Peters & Peters in ensuring that the government has a clear and comprehensive picture of all the relevant issues in its current decision-making process. If it does not, or they are not presented clearly, I'm very concerned that the outcome of the decision-making process will not be in the interests of justice, PFAs, or POL. Were you aware of this a request for this letter having been made, or do you know if it was volunteered? Do you know the background at all to the production?
No, nothing of it.
Was it something that you have discussed with Mr. Reid?
I hadn't discussed with it at all. I was absolutely horrified when I saw this, because we were getting absolutely nowhere on exoneration for postmasters based on a very faulty system, and I was in some despair. And then the dam broke with the Mr. Bates programme, and we were getting somewhere. And you'll see I wrote to Nick Reid very early in January and said, there's some progress happening here. Nick was slightly more in the guilty as charged camp, whereas I was in a different view. So I said, well, let's just keep out of this. It's a hugely difficult decision for the government to make in terms of exoneration. Let's let them make it. And I thought we'd agreed that. So when I saw this letter going to Alex Chalk, I just thought that should have gone to the board, because it was actually expressing a view that I'm not sure that I didn't share, and I don't think most of the board did. I did write to the Minister, and I said thank you for all the comments you made in Parliament the previous day in respect of exoneration, and I'm hugely grateful for your support.
Let's have a look at the ultimate letter that was sent. The inquiry's seen it before. It's poll 00448-381. This is the letter to the Lord Chancellor from Mr. Reid. If we look at the second paragraph, it welcomes the publicity generated by the ITV drama. But it says we also have a duty to the court in respect of our role as prosecutor in some 700 of those cases which resulted in convictions. The paragraph below says that they have carried out an exercise to identify which would be highly likely to concede in court, and this has enabled us to write proactively to a further 30 potential applicants, in addition to the 142 resolved cases and the 5 awaiting consideration. But then the paragraph below sets out the natural corollary to the exercise, which has been to identify those cases in which, on the information available to us and following the judgment in Hamilton, we would be bound to oppose an appeal. Typically, these cases involve convictions obtained by reliance on evidence unrelated to the Horizon computer system. The number of such cases is very much more significant, at 369, with a further 11 still under review. So the suggestion being put there between those two paragraphs is that there are 30 potential applicants in addition to the 142, but the number that they would oppose significantly higher. Is that your understanding?
Yes, about half is what they said. If I could just step back a bit. At the January 2023 meeting, KC, acting for the Post Office, Ms. Galifan, came to the board, and I asked her specifically, why are so few people coming forward? And she said, well, there are a number of reasons. One of the reasons is that they may be guilty, but she gave a whole lot of other reasons which I thought were perfectly reasonable. But it's interesting that Mr. Tidswell, who's the chairman of the Remediation Committee, said the reason they haven't come forward, if they haven't come forward by now, they're probably guilty. And the Post Office, we as the Post Office, have a duty, that was the words, we have a duty that those who are found guilty remain guilty. And that sent a chill down my spine, because that was the beginning of the year. That's why I was in despair. I thought, how on earth are we going to get exoneration back on the map, and it only came with Mr. Bates. So it gives you some understanding of the feeling within the board, particularly the chairman of the Remediation Committee.
And will we see in the minutes of meetings you voice that concern?
No, again, as I said, my style was to say to Ben, that doesn't make any sense. They quoted 550 cases at that January board, which they were looking at in terms of exoneration. They said there were only 12% that might be considered. And I said, that doesn't make any sense that only 12% were based on Horizon. And as you saw, they're now admitting that it's up to half were based on it. So these quiet words do make some progress in terms of moving the numbers.
But you're chairman of the company, you're chairing the board meeting. Isn't the board meeting the time to say, hang on a minute, we've got this approach entirely wrong?
The issue is managed. We have a separate remediation committee chaired by the senior independent director. He reports to the board, and we take a view on what he said. He's got the feel for it. But I would say that the majority of the board probably shared my view that this probably didn't make any sense, but the detail was being handled by the remediation committee. So I think it's very difficult as a chairman when you've got your senior independent director saying there's a duty for them to be remain guilty.
Mr. Staunton, this isn't a matter of detail. This is a matter of fundamental culture.
Absolutely.
And why, as chair of the Post Office, were you not at this time making the feelings that you have expressed today in your evidence? Why were you not making that known at board level?
This was in January 23, a month after I'd been on the board. As I said, that would be ludicrous at that point to have that firm of view.
So sorry, Mr. I'm getting confused about dates.
Yes.
I assume that this discussion that Mr. Blake is suggesting to you that should have been occurring at a board meeting was in 2024, just after Bates v. the Post Office had broken.
Yes. So when I was just trying to give some background as to what was the position a month after I joined in terms of...
Yes, but we're a year on from that, aren't we?
Okay, but I hadn't related to explain that situation, which was the feeling. I was trying to give a background to where people were coming from at that point, which was the case in December. That's why.
Okay, but we're now in January 2024. We have a letter from the CEO to the Lord Chancellor as almost as high up as you can possibly go in terms of correspondence. Yeah. What were you doing at board to make known that you had fundamental concerns with this approach?
I don't think there'd been a board meeting since the letter from Nick Reed had there to...
Did you send an email saying, I totally disagree with this letter, why did you send it?
I did. I think it's on the email trail, isn't it? Nick, we agreed that this was not you're expressing a view from the Post Office, which you know is not my view, and this should have had board approval. So I did do that precisely. And there hadn't been a board. There was going to be a board the week after I was fired, where that was firmly on the agenda.
Looking broadly at the culture at the Post Office at this particular time, could we please turn to poll 004486999? This is the same day as that correspondence. Could we turn to page 6, please? There's an update on the discussions in Parliament. As you may know, the Post Office Compensation Bill is short, fairly technical piece of legislation that essentially looks... this is from the December. What we're going to see in due course. So there's an update. It starts with an update on the Post Office Compensation Bill. If we scroll, please, to the page 4...
I don't think I was copied on this note, was I?
No. I'd just like to ask you really about, you're copied on the first, this chain is ultimately sent to you, and we'll see on page 1 in due course. But if we start on page 4, we can see on the 8th of January, so the day before that letter was sent, if the bottom of the page, we see, as you will know, the Minister provided a statement in the House of Commons this evening on the Horizon compensation and conviction update following media coverage of the Bates drama and mounting pressure. If we scroll down, we can see concerns being raised there in the second paragraph. Although the Minister did not have a substantive update on compensation, he did note that he had met with the Lord Chancellor, Alex Chalk, today, and together they've devised options to work through outstanding convictions with much more pace, but noted the Lord Chancellor would need to speak to senior members of the judiciary for advice first. So it looks as though there's movement towards the exoneration.
And that's why I replied to the Minister thanking him for his efforts.
Thank you. And if we scroll now to page 1, we see an email from Mr. Foat, which is copied into you, so that encloses the entire chain. And it says as follows: in addition to my note on Saturday setting out a range of points on legal, governance and comms, I do think it might be worthwhile that a one-page fact checker is drafted. There are a number of facts that are actually erroneous in the media, i.e. that all convictions are unsafe, etc. If such matters are overtaken by a political decision and legislation, I believe it will be important to have an accurate position of why it was that the government and the Post Office were in this position, i.e. Court of Appeal Criminal Division, not all 700 are unsafe convictions based on Hamilton. Current legal rules mean that the convicted claimant must bring the appeal. It's not up to the Post Office to just overturn all of them, etc. In your view, what was the view of the executive, the legal team, and the wider business at this point in time in relation to the possible movement by government to provide a blanket exoneration?
Well, my view is that there was no propensity, no interest at all for overturning convictions, it's sad to say. Whereas that was not my view. I thought these convictions of these poor postmasters and their family were based on a completely unreliable system. And it was obvious to anybody, I'm not a lawyer, but it would be obvious to anybody who's not a lawyer that was just an incredible decision. So we got to the right decision eventually, but it was not one that had much support within the executive of the Post Office, as you see from Nick's letter and you see from Mr. Foat's letter.
We then get to the 13th of January, and I think this is the email that you're referring to, in which you express concerns about the letter. Could we please look at poll 00448703? 13th of January. You say, "Dear Nick, thank you for forwarding your letter to Alex Chalk as requested. I was surprised to read it following our conversations that we would not become involved in any way in what is a very difficult decision for government and our justice system. You say that we are not making a value judgment, but then attach a letter from our lawyers which makes the statement, it is highly likely that the vast majority or postmasters who have not yet appealed were in fact guilty as charged. If there is not a value judgment, if that is not a value judgment, I do not know what is." He also makes another value judgment that no one would have a more generous approach to the than the Post Office, a view I would not share based on my assessment of our past behaviour. A third party would see this letter as Post Office's lawyers continuing to defend the indefensible. Post Office has not changed, etc. That assessment of others would do a huge disservice to the efforts of the current board and management team as we seek to accelerate justice and generosity for wronged postmasters. Please ring me over the weekend to discuss. So you do very clearly, as at Saturday the 13th of January.
Crystal clear.
Crystal clear. It might be said against you that by that date you had an invitation to be interviewed in relation to other whistleblowing complaints, the Miss Davis complaint that we have referred to, and that in some way perhaps that played a role in you suddenly reacting in this way with such a strong tone. What's your view of that?
Well, you saw the evidence presented by the Postmaster, Neds, who said that I was absolutely consistent. These are absolutely consistent with my views explained throughout this process.
Could we please turn to poll 004480302? We're now on the 14th of January, and as you say, we're now getting to the Project Pineapple incident and your involvement with the non-executive directors. Could we please turn to page 4? This is an email exchange that we have seen in the inquiry. Am I right in saying, in fact, where it says 10th of January, it should read 14th of January? So it's just after you've sent that email, I think, to Mr. Reid, the day after, the Sunday after. And this notes your views as, it records the views of Saf, Ismail and Elliot Jacobs. Saf said the views expressed by Richard Taylor and previously by management and even members of the board still persisted, that these postmasters who had not come forward to be exonerated were guilty as charged. It is a view deep in the culture of the organisation, including that postmasters are not to be trusted. Something needs to be done. What was your view on that issue?
I totally agreed.
Martin Roberts and certain members of his team were singled out. There had been no feedback on the investigation into Roberts, including for inappropriate behaviour and lack of integrity. He was responsible for the postage stamps debacle, where changes were made to accounts by his team, just like Fujitsu. If Elliot had not been on the Audit and Risk Committee, the controls would not have been strengthened. Roberts and his team did not want any extension to their terms of office, as they believed new postmasters would not have the experience to challenge them. Again, what's your view on that?
That's slightly more detailed, and I was much less aware of these issues of postage stamps debacle, etc. It was all news to me, but Elliot said, if he hadn't raised them at the audit committee, things would not have been done. I didn't understand the detail of it. I put it in there because I wanted these two to know that everything they'd said to me reflected their views.
Thank you. And then we get on to a section on Mr. Fote. Equally, Saf and Elliot are fed up with the amount of power wielded by Fote. He and other members of the senior team act as if postmasters are guilty until proven innocent. We must also part company with all those investigators who behaved so terribly with postmasters. Again, by this stage, what were your concerns with regards to Project Phoenix and the Past Roles project?
There are these people called the Untouchables who are in the investigations team or Reds or whatever, and they were involved in dealing with all these issues in the past, finding postmasters guilty. I think it's very important for the inquiry to understand this is not something that relates to the past. This is something that relates to the future. Before we implement Horizon, we will be doing a path-clearing exercise. There are millions of pounds in dispute between postmasters, what's on their records and versus what is in the post office's account. And I am very afraid that if they are investigated by the so-called Untouchables, we will have another debacle, not quite to the same extent, but we could never have hundreds of postmasters again having to pay out monies. And I think it was referred to in some of the correspondence that you may have seen with Elliot. But this is not something that relates to, this is a big issue going forward, the involvement of the Untouchables.
And you refer to them as Untouchables. Is that a word that you had heard used?
No. It was. I think it was used by Nick to me privately, and he did refer to it in a meeting we had with all of the non-execs there, and that's why I was slightly surprised when he said he didn't recognise the term.
And what did you understand him to mean by that term?
I think I understood him to mean that these people that were involved in prosecuting past postmasters previously. They were still in their roles and therefore would be involved in any future investigations and were under we classified all of these people under various colours, and they were the same as the so-called Reds, i.e. would be involved in future investigations, which just seemed utterly wrong.
If we scroll down, we have the reference to a small amount of £16 in compensation being paid to one postmaster. It then refers again to the 48 people involved in investigations, and I think you record as being told by Mr. Ismail and Mr. Jacobs that there were 40 just like Mr. Bradshaw. It then says, as a board, we need to send a signal to the executive, providing guidance and improving the culture. Significantly, the culture was described as toxic. Again, this is your record of the note of that.
The most important one is the paragraph you've missed out, which is they say the postmaster is not the enemy. That's vital to understand.
Yes, so that's just above the highlight. The postmaster is not the enemy. Only postmasters can solve this and tell us how to change. JB, I think that's Mr. Bartlett, is an ex-policeman. His behaviour has been unacceptable and needs to move on to prove we have changed. Now, I have to put it to you, because others have made this suggestion, that your interest at this point in time in these pineapple issues, in the letter that was sent by Mr. Reid, is prompted in some way, because at this stage, at this point in time, you yourself were under investigation in relation to those allegations.
Well, let me give this investigation was an investigation primarily into Mr. Reid. There was one sentence that referred to me, so I was absolutely very confident that I had nothing to fear. It was a 12-page report by Miss Davis, and she had an 80-page dossier to back it up, and the only sentence, there was one sentence in it with regard to me, so I wasn't concerned at all. Moving on to the Project Pineapple report, it was a Sunday night. I was at home. I didn't prompt them to do it. They rang me with their concerns. There was nothing more. And I said to them, firstly, I said to them, this is very tricky for you chaps. You know the post office as much as I do. This will have serious consequences for you. You could end up losing your businesses. And they said, Henry, we feel the right thing to do is to bring this out into the open. So it was their initiative, and I think they were very courageous to do it. So I said, I will send a note to the board just highlighting your points. It won't be a formal report, but I'll just for discussion, and I will want, if there's a single word in this email that you don't like, I won't send the email, and I want both of you to agree to every single word. And they both came back to me and said, that's exactly what we said.
Thank you. If we go over the page, we can see the final point there as well regarding postmaster membership on the REMCO. One final document before we break for lunch.
That's really important, sir, if
yes.
I may say, so that the postmasters directors feel that they're treated as second-class citizens, so they're not on important committees like REM, and that's important. They refer to a two-tier board, and when I've said to them, are you referring to the two tiers with regard to just the two of you not being treated with respect by the management, or is it because you have this inner cabal of Miss Grattan, Miss Burton, and Ben Tidswell versus the rest of the board? And they say, well, sometimes it's one and sometimes it's the other. So here's me desperately trying to keep this board together, and yet there are these issues about some people feeling not involved. But the fact is, we need postmasters on boards like the REM, because it'll bring a different perspective to what is a reasonable salary to take, because postmasters think 800,000 is a lot of money per year, let alone 1.2 million.
We're going to look at one more document before we break for lunch. I'm afraid we will go over lunch today. Could we please turn to POL 00448-303?
While that's coming up, Mr. Staunton, can you just tell me who decides which directors sit on which subcommittees?
The NOMSCO decide, the Nominations Committee. The Nominations Committee decides, but the chairman also has a view on it. I did actually talk to Mr. Reid about why don't we have a member of the one of the postmaster directors on it, and he said, well, they just wouldn't take a commercial view of what is the right salary, because of course they come from the postmaster environment. But
yeah, I wasn't delving into the merits of the particular.
It's the nominations committee, sir.
I just wondered who made the decision. That was all.
The nominations committee.
Fine.
They would take some notice of the chairman in terms of that, but it would be the nominations committee.
So the nominations committee, but the chair can seek to exert influence. Is that a fair?
Yes, that would be a very fair way of putting it. But they would listen very carefully to any views I had.
Yeah, okay.
If we could start on page 2, please. There's an email from Mr. Jacobs to Melanie Park, who was the Central Operations Director, and we've seen this email before. He was waiting for his finalised report in respect of the investigation that was going on into his branches, and that's the 16th of January. If we scroll up, we can then see that he sends that concern to you. And you say, below you'll see correspondence between myself and Mel Park regarding the fact that his trading account has not yet been updated with the removal of the invalid claims of losses, nor a letter of withdrawal of the investigation to be issued. Who is responsible? Legal. Again, how are legal in the way of all things progress and good in the business? Proof, if proof were needed, that their fingers are in every part of the pie, affecting our ability to get work done to such a level that it's frankly beyond belief. You then respond, and it's your response that I'd like to focus on it. You say, this is completely unsatisfactory. I was under the impression after talking to one of the non-executive directors handling this, that the report was wrapped up many weeks ago. I understand the tremendous upset you and SAF in the case of his investigation have been subjected to. This requires an investigation. I've sent a file note of the views of our postmaster non-executive directors with regard to Ben Fote. We should see tomorrow whether our non-executive director colleagues should take action. I told Andrew yesterday that all of the group executive and 4 board member directors had been investigated. He was incredulous. Can you assist us with that? At that point in time, what were those investigations that were going on? We've heard about the 2 non-executive sub-postmasters being investigated. The suggestion here is that all of the main board directors had also been investigated.
No, there was obviously Nick was being investigated, I was being investigated. You had the 2 postmaster directors, so that was the 4. And the senior management team, most of them have been subject to investigation. It's difficult to comprehend. This was completely and utterly unusual, the power of the legal department to investigate people.
So we have, by this stage, all of the group executive, 4 board members. We also have, as a background, the falling out in respect of that letter that we saw to the Lord Chancellor. Everything that's going on at this point in time, it looks like a bit of a circus, doesn't it?
Well, the issues around the GE, that was all much earlier in the year. So this was not something, a circus at the time, but it just shows the power that the legal department had over months and months and months. So it's not all happening in December, but the fact is there's no getting away with it. From January, following the Lord Chancellor letter, following the Richard Taylor letter saying all the postmasters got their hands in the till, and just outrageous stuff. The fact is that January was the most turbulent month that I've had in my whole 50-year career in business, and particularly in all the man years I've been a chairman. I don't deny that.
What do you see as fundamentally having gone wrong by that stage?
There were to have a position like that, there are all sorts of strands. One, of course, is the role of GI and the UKGI director. There's the role of the legal department. Clearly, there's an issue around Nick and I trying to keep this show on the road. But I think we both were working incredibly hard in that respect. Even 3 or 4 days before I was fired, I wrote to Lorna Gretton saying, look, Nick here just feels totally unsupported. We do need, this is a terribly turbulent time for the business. We do need to give him some more support, because a lot of these issues, you're saying it's almost self-inflicted, but these are coming from out, the Richard Taylor thing was coming from left field, as it were, as was, of course, the Lord Chancellor's situation.
Thank you. So that is an appropriate time to take our lunch break. Could I ask that we come back at 10 to 2?
How's the shorthand writer with that?
Yes. Yes.
Right, 10 to 2.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Can we please turn to poll 004483001? We're still in January of this year. We're still on the subject of Project Pineapple. Now, before this email was sent, there was also a meeting on Teams on that day regarding the new senior independent director. Do you remember that?
Indeed.
The inquiry has heard evidence that by that point, you were expressing a view that the appointment should take place internally rather than through an external recruitment firm. Is that right?
No.
Can you assist us with that, please?
Yes, what happened was that, let me put this thing in context, which was that the existing SID was leaving to go to the Competition and Markets Authority. We needed to find somebody else. UKGI, in the form of the chief executive, rang me absolutely properly to say, look, we're not telling you what to do, but actually, just to let you know, the shareholder would have a strong preference for a white hauler to be SID, Henry, but we realised it's the board's prerogative, and I said fine. So we then did we went around each of the non-executives. I did that with a phone call, but with the company secretary with me, and we did a vote as to what we should do, and 4 directors voted to go internally and 4 agreed to go with a white hauler. So I said, well, look, in view of the shareholders' preference and a split vote, we should go with a white hauler. Then, of course, when we had all these issues arising during the early part of January, other non-executives at the meeting, it wasn't me, Troy, I was just being a servant of the board. Other non-execs said, you know what, I voted to go to a white hauler. I think there's so much happening that we should actually go internally. So I said, that's a massive decision to take. I want you to all go away and think about it, not just rush it at this meeting. And I rang them all afterwards and I said, you know, which do you want to do? And a vote of 6-2 came out to remain internally. So it was not my view at all. I was being a servant of the board trying to work out what they wanted. And of
were
those
these
two,
votes taking place transparently?
yes.
Were they known to the other members of the board?
Yes, the only two that voted against was Miss Grattan and Miss Burton. The chief executive and everybody else voted to go internally because when one of them said, when the facts change, you change your view. So it was not me pushing this at all. It was the board pushing for we need a change of mind. And I said to them, this is a massive decision. We need to go through a proper process of a NOMSCO and then a board. And Andrew was there for part of it, because then it emerged that their choice was Andrew Darfor, an internal director, to be the NED. And I said we would then do a proper process where Andrew would be there part of the time, and he would leave the room, and we would discuss it and view it. So it was not pushed by me at all. Absolutely not.
The suggestion, we've heard evidence from Miss Burton. The suggestion is that you confirmed to the board that Mr. Darfor would be the senior independent director and that you bypassed the usual process.
Absolutely not. You'll see the email trail, which says that is the view, 6-2, in favour of Andrew, but we need to have a proper NOMSCO and then board to discuss that. So there was not at all. I was just reporting the vote. Miss Burton happened to be one of the two that voted against, and the other one was Miss Grattan. But including the chief executive, everybody else voted to stay internally because of the view. And I should say that I knew Derek Higgs. It goes right back to his 2003 report. The choice of a SID is a matter for the board, not the shareholder. And the shareholder has to approve it, and that's why we need to go through a process. But it's a matter for the board to decide, and the vast majority of the board wanted to go internally, and most of those voted for Andrew.
In your view, is there some sort of miscommunication that's taken place here, or something else?
Well, I think the fact that Miss Grattan and Miss Burton voted against, and I don't know that they took exception to it, and I think. It was unfortunate that we had to stop the process, but you stop the process if the board has changed its mind, and there was nothing odd about this. But I think it was I wouldn't like to put the motives as to why those two adopted the story, but the board has since appointed Andrew Darfur. The will of the board has eventually come through loud and clear, but we went through the hiccup of UKGI saying that it somehow wasn't proper.
Now, at the same meeting on the 18th of January, you also discussed the Project Pineapple issue. Is that right?
Yes.
And can you assist us with the conversation as far as that matter went on the 18th of January?
Well, I think I asked the two non-execs to outline their views, and obviously they did. And I think most of the directors were shocked they weren't that clear. They weren't so clear as to how bad the culture was. But some of them had some sense of it. Those that went around to talk to postmasters, etc., were more aware of it. I mean, I was aware of it because I go to postmaster conferences, and they say to me, "Oh, I've just been on the helpline," and they've said, "There's another Mohammed on the line." And the answer was, I said, "Does that happen often?" They said, "More often than you'd believe." And I just had to say to postmaster, "I'm terribly sorry. That's not the culture that we want to have." So.
Mr. Staunton, let's stick to this issue now,
Yep.
As at the 18th of January. Let's turn back to the email. This is an email that you sent confirming that the confidential note had been forwarded to
Yep.
those who had been named in the Project Pineapple email.
Yeah.
Can you assist us with your understanding as to why it was forwarded on?
Well, this, just for Sir Wynn's benefit, there was this email that was the complaints about the culture within the post office towards postmasters. Because we had this meeting coming up, I said to Elliot, and he seems to have forgotten about it, I said, "Look, I think it would be a mistake to bounce this off Nick. I need to send it to him. Are you okay?" And they said, "Yes, he's going to see it anyway." Initially, we said he wouldn't see it, and they said, "Fine." So I sent it to Nick, and then during the course of our meeting, Amanda Burton said, "You won't believe it, but Nick has copied that note to the legal director and the retail director who are the subject of their complaint."
And it appears that you've had a discussion with Mr. Reid about it. What was your understanding from that discussion as to why it had been forwarded?
Well, I think he was very busy. And he said he was very sorry, and I then wrote to the board saying he was very apologetic, and he was going to apologise to Saf and to Elliot subsequently.
And that's the email that we see on screen at the moment. Looking at the timeline that we've been looking at recently, we have the investigation into Mr. Jacobs not yet withdrawn. We have the investigation into Mr. Reid and into yourself relating from the Jane Davies complaints. We have here now the Project Pineapple email being disclosed and the fallout internally from that. We also have a fight between at least yourself and two of the non-executive directors in respect of the appointment of the senior independent director. And
It wasn't a fight.
A dispute.
No, the board.
Your accounts are fundamentally opposed to one another.
Yes, but that's not. I'm just telling you how it was from the perspective of me and the 6 directors who voted in favour of Andrew Darfur.
There was a dispute, therefore, between yourself and those who had not voted in favour of the appointment of Mr. Darfur. Was there?
No, I don't think there was. I mean, I think that there wasn't a dispute either between the 6 and the 2. The fact is that you quite often in a board get a majority vote, and you should actually normally go with the majority vote.
So
it just so happened that one of them was the UKGI director.
As far as you were aware, as at mid-January, there wasn't in any way a falling out over the appointment of a senior independent director. Putting that issue to one side, looking at those other issues that I've just highlighted, we're a couple of weeks now after the ITV drama. Who is focusing their mind on compensation and the redress schemes at the post office?
Well, the compensation and redress schemes is handled by the Remediation Committee, and I don't sense that there was any slowing up on that at all. It was going to be reported to us in the meeting the next week as to where they were, and I would have, if I had not been fired on the Monday, I'd been in the office getting a catch-up with the Remediation Committee before the board.
There are lots of matters going on at board level and executive level in terms of people being investigated, people being upset by the circulation of the Project Pineapple email. Do you think that there was sufficient attention at that point in time to the issues facing sub-postmasters?
Well, I think you've heard from the two postmaster Neds how much attention I gave that issue. They were very complimentary about my efforts in terms of, they said it was my biggest priority, which it was.
And what about the business more broadly?
Well, that was also requiring quite a lot of my time, but it was...
I meant, what was the reaction or the efforts of the business more broadly, the executive and the board, in relation to the sub-postmasters and focusing attention on sub-postmasters rather than spats between themselves?
I don't think that the non-execs saw it as a spat. I think the non-execs saw the fact that some people had changed their mind. I think they were quite pleased that the majority was 6-2. If it had been 5-3 or 4-all, it could have been more spiteful. But I don't think it was a spat at the board level.
But putting aside the senior independent director issue, I'm talking about the investigation into Mr. Jacobs. I'm talking about the investigation into Nick Reed and into yourself, Project Pineapple and the fallout there. There seems to be a lot going on at this period of time in relation to matters that don't directly involve sub-postmasters. Do you think the business was focusing sufficiently on sub-postmasters at this point in time?
The fact is that there was a huge attention towards the sub-postmasters and remediation. It may have been for a few days we were focusing on some governance issues, but the fact was that certainly for me, giving attention to not only our sub-postmasters existing, but also remediation for sub-postmasters who have suffered, and particularly for those that had had convictions, was my top priority.
We know at this period of time you were also being investigated into the allegation relating to Ms. Davies. There are several allegations that follow that you tried to change the scope of the investigation or stop the investigation that was being carried out by an independent barrister, and that separately that was in some way perhaps motivated by a desire to limit the investigation into yourself. What's your account in relation to that?
Well, I initially raised these points about limiting the investigation well before I knew there was going to be an investigation into me, because the investigation into Nick Reed started months earlier. And actually, it was a litany of complaints that were being made, and it was very distressing for him. So I said we need to not stop the investigation, but to limit it, to focus on the main points so that we could actually get to the truth of the big issues. That was agreed. It wasn't agreed until January, I admit, but that was what I was trying. I wasn't trying to stop it, and I was trying to limit it in respect of Nick Reed, and I was doing that before I was even investigated, based on a one sentence in Jane's report. And she said it was nothing, she had no complaints about me. But moving beyond that, the fact is that I didn't try to stop it. I tried to limit it, but only in respect of Mr. Reed. Then there have been some issues made that I didn't cooperate. The fact of the matter is, I was in Nick Reed's room. We were talking about all the issues relating to Mr. Bates. And I said, I've done absolutely no work yet to prepare for this Tootin investigation. He said, nor have I. He said, I've asked for a 2-week extension. I said, well, I shall ask for that too, because I haven't spent any time. Nick Reed was granted the extension. I was not. So I think, and I still went ahead completely unprepared into this investigation with Tootin. So the fact that you say, the people say I tried to not cooperate, I cooperated fully, even though I wasn't prepared, and I wasn't given due consideration of extra time when you think of all the things that had happened. So it's a complete it's completely wrong to say I didn't cooperate.
It's suggested that you put Miss Burton and Miss Grattan under pressure to change the scope or limit the scope of that investigation. What's your view on that?
My main correspondence all the time was with the SID, because I think that was the right thing to do. And you see that he wrote back to me saying, yes, we've agreed to split these complaints and Nick into 3 categories. So that but I may have told them what I was talking to Nick about, but I didn't put any pressure on them. The discussions were between me and the SID, as it properly should be.
It's also suggested that you asked Miss McEwen and Miss Sherratt to stop the investigation. What's your view on that?
These are relatively less senior people, so of course I wouldn't have done that.
It's also suggested that you did the same to Mr. Tidswell.
Oh, I did talk, not in my own case. No, I didn't intersect in my own case. I was talking to Mr. Tidswell well before it became into me, but my main conversations, if not my only real conversations on this matter, were with Ben Tidswell.
Why do you think it is that allegations are being made about you, that you tried to stop or change the scope of that investigation for your own benefit?
Well, I think I quoted the fact that it seemed bizarre and weaponised. The word bizarre about this investigation was used by the current SID, Andrew Darfour, and the fact that this investigation was weaponised against me because of my support for postmasters is my view. And that was confirmed in the letter that you may have seen that has been written by Saf Ishmael. I was approached by the Institute, who said, we're going to strike you off after 50 years as an Institute member. So I rang the 3 of them up. At this point, I didn't know I was going to come before the inquiry, and they very kindly issued references to say, actually, there's not an ounce of racism in Henry. We don't recognise any of this. If we'd been asked to sign the report, we would not have done. You asked me why. Saf Ishmael said, I think that Henry's paying the price for having supported postmasters. You may have seen that. So, and the other 2 also made comments. Elliot said it left a nasty taste with him. He wouldn't have approved the report had he been asked to sign it. And Andrew Darfour said it was bizarre. And he said that one person involved with it has been subject to some disciplinary. And he said others have been discredited, and he doubted the Secretary of State would have said what she said if she'd known the true facts. So the truth of the matter is there is another side to the story you've been hearing.
It sounds rather elaborate, though, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. That's exactly the case. That this was a report into Nick Reed. I'm not saying forming a view one way or the other, but there was one sentence on me, and yet because I'd taken the side of the postmasters, this was weaponised, to use Jane Davis's comment, and is not recognised. The charge of racism is not recognised by the 3, and these 3 directors that wrote those references for me. One is Jewish, one is black, and one is a Muslim. And all 3 of them said how not only was I not a racist, but actually I was the biggest supporter of ethnicity on the board. So, as I say, there's a different story from the one that you heard from Amanda Burton.
You're focusing on one particular aspect of the allegations, but the allegations against you included, for example, that you attempted to change the scope or stop the investigation into you.
I've dealt with that, which I've dealt with both the fact that I didn't cooperate and tried to change it.
And the other allegation is that you improperly interfered in the appointment of the senior independent.
And I've dealt with that too. 6-2 of the board wanted to appoint an independent, wanted to appoint Andrew Darfour.
The suggestion then that I have to put to you that is said against you is that it would be a rather elaborate plot to try and get rid of you because of your actions on behalf of sub-postmasters to invent those 3 matters.
Well, if in fact it's the SID issue is, as I've said, which is I was acting as a servant to the board and the vast majority wanted to go internally, those are the facts.
Moving to your dismissal, on the 27th of January of this year, you found out from a journalist that you were going to be removed. Is that right?
Correct.
What were you told at that stage?
He said that I was going to be replaced. And it was the first thing I said to the Secretary of State. It's astonishing that one finds out from the press. That wouldn't happen in any normal business that would take place.
And do you know where that information had come from?
No.
Do you have a belief as to where that information came from?
I wouldn't want to publicly speculate.
Do you have no information in that case?
I have no information, no. But the Secretary did say we have a very big department, so who knows where it came from. That was in the bit of the conversation that wasn't taped, unfortunately.
So you don't wish to speculate, but it seems as though you had a conversation with the Secretary of State in which it may have been suggested that it came from the department.
That would be tying two things together, and she didn't admit that it came from her department. No.
Speculated.
I wouldn't want to speculate.
Could we please turn to Bays 40931? Now, this is not your note of the conversation, but this is a note of the conversation between yourself and the Secretary of State. Some of it we have, and it's going to come up onto screen in a second, sorry. It's Bays 40931. Thank you. We have a recording, which is obviously the best evidence, but the recording doesn't start until slightly further down. So let's just go through the first section of this recording to see, as to your view, as to whether it's an accurate note of what was said. KB, that must be Miss Badenoch, the Secretary of State, started reading from the script. I'm sorry to be speaking to you under these circumstances. I understand that given the increased media scrutiny at the moment, these are difficult times for the Post Office. I'm speaking to you today to tell you that the government, as sole shareholder, is exercising our power under the company's articles to remove you as chair of the Post Office Board. Miss Badenoch noted that she was sorry it was coming at short notice. The media have gotten hold of the story, and we've heard that they will be breaking the story. The Secretary of State noted she wanted to speak to yourself first, but officials will send a more formal record of the decision shortly. You noted it was too late and was called by a reporter this morning to comment on the story. You noted how upset you were at that. Ms. Badenoch started to note how important culture is at the Post Office, and concerns about your behaviour had been raised. You then started to describe some of the events over the last 4 weeks, reflecting that the Post Office as an organisation is operating in an extremely challenging context. Now, we're going to get on to the actual recording, but so far, do you consider that to be an accurate account of the discussion between yourself and the Secretary of State?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
We'll now play the recording, because as I say, that is better evidence than somebody's typed note. And we'll just listen to that until the end.
Change anything that's required a government civil servant when you get whistleblowed and whatever. So you've got to, there's a massive problem here in terms of trying to, at least we've got trading going much better now. Things are moving in certain directions, but it's a handful. As I say, I've chaired some companies, a lot of companies very successfully, but this one's a bit of a nightmare. But we could have got through it. But it needed UKGI to be on side, and I didn't feel that they were on side for a moment. And I'm sure it was UKGI that was talking to this journalist. That's what they think is important, not actually sorting out the business.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to hear that. But why didn't you get in touch with me?
Because I had a meeting early last week with the chairman and chief executive of UKGI, and I was going to tell them all this. I know it's UKGI, but I've never met you. You see, I mean, it's just. I've chaired so many companies. You would not believe. I'm working on this business 60 hours a week, whereas I could do Smith, despite I turned Smith into an international company where the share price more than quadrupled, and I could do that on 15 hours a week. This is 4 times the time. You just wouldn't know the half of it, Secretary of State.
I do know. If this is what the world is like today within the public sector. What I did find out of the ordinary was that of all of the arm's length bodies that I'm responsible for, the Post Office was the one where I never heard from you directly. The CMA, UKEF, the British Business Bank, the chairs of all of these organisations would reach out to my office fairly frequently, and Kevin Hollenrake did manage the relationship very well, but there didn't seem to be any interest in doing much more. So you and I haven't had a chance to build up a relationship which would have probably been more helpful at the moment. The scenario turned from difficult to crisis. I have been given a very, very high level overview of the governance issues that have led to the advice given to me about the decision which I have now taken. But I want to make sure that you have had a chance to make your views known as well. But given where we are and what I have just said, what would you like to see happen now?
Right. So what we need to do is actually, I think it's a very difficult one with regard to the CEO. He's very unstable, and actually, I've said to Lorna, we need to have an adult conversation with him to say, look, stay through the inquiry and we'll treat you as a good leaver, and nail him down for 12 months. But of course she says, in the government it's very difficult to offer good leaver status. We have a crisis. It's not a big deal. He might get an extra 100,000 that he wouldn't get if he wasn't a good leaver. But at least we nail him down for a year, and the money he would get for good leaver status actually seems to be more important to him than actually the sums involved. So I think we need to nail the chief executive down. We must do something we must make this organisation more postmaster-centric. I've said we need to have an oversight committee chaired jointly by the 2 postmaster directors. We need to introduce a 3rd postmaster, a director, so the message will get out to the network. The post office is changing, and trust me, at the moment it is terrible, the view of the post office compared out in the network. So I'd like to have a 3rd postmaster. We're really then, Secretary of State, starting this journey towards demutualisation. We don't want to say that, but that's what you need to do. The SIT process, it's 6-2. Never mind what Lorna thinks and the fact that we've gone outside. The fact is, when the facts change, you change your decision. We need to have an internal. If you met Dartmoor, you'd recognise this is a class act. He ought to be upset. I can quite see why everyone's got there. And the fact that we started down another journey, it was a different world 2 months ago. I mean, it's just been horrific the last 4 weeks. We need to get on the front foot, and I think this postmaster-centric does that for you. There's this feeling within the business. Richard Taylor said all the postmasters are on the take, and they're all guilty as charged. We wrote to the Lord Chancellor saying that was our view, and that from Peters. That is not my view. I don't think it's the view of the majority of the board, but I think that UKGI in sending that letter, which was it was actually contrary to what the government ministers were trying to do, and in fact you'd be surprised the sort of things your civil servants say about ministers. So it's a mess, but the fact is this view of guilty as charged postmasters on the take has got to change, and we need a massive cultural shift in this organisation to do that. And most of the directors are on side. The UKGI director is not, but she couldn't. The chief said she couldn't run a bar, let alone run a company. We've got a big problem, and we need to take some very tough business-like decisions in terms of culture to change it. And when we talk about culture, as Nick said, Lorna thinks it would just be a crusade for female diversity. It's not that. It goes to the heart of how we operate post office. This cultural shift. It's enormous what we need to do, but I think it's possible. But I don't think we need to have Andrew as the SID, the chairman that would put it through. I think think you need to change the UKGI director. They don't think he just gets it at all. And it's a battle that's winnable, but by God, it's going to be a battle.
It certainly is, and there is so much that needs to be done. And I'm very sorry that your tenure with the organisation has ended up this way. I know that the events of the last 4 weeks must have been particularly difficult, not just for you, but for the whole organisation. And I would go so far as to say traumatic. But the complaints which we have received are serious enough. I'm afraid, Henry, they are serious enough for us to have to intervene in this way. I don't know how you would want to frame it within the press so that we can make sure that this isn't something particularly awful. If you would like some time to come up with a form of words about ending your tenure and the conversation.
I would like it drafted by someone outside UKGI who's the truth is, obviously I have a reputation built up over 50 years, Secretary of State, and some successful chairmanship, so I don't want to... I was rung up by your people to say, will I take the job on? I didn't go applying for it. It was time to put something back. So, I felt strongly that's the reason I took it. I'm not doing it for the pay. So I'm very jealous of my reputation. So I think you need to understand that, and I would legally challenge any comments made in that regard. So I think it just needs to be a lot has happened, and we're looking for I don't know. I said what needs to be done at Post Office, and I think you can understand my passion for how it could have been sorted. It won't, and how it won't, why it may not get sorted, and that's the most important thing. But in terms of my leaving, I don't think you need to say a lot. Really, Henry's standing down. Why do you don't need to give a reason? I don't need to give a reason.
Well, given the amount of media scrutiny, I think it'll be better for us to give reasons and come up with a form of words that work. Otherwise, it'll just be the speculation and so on that will drive it. If I could ask, I've got my private secretaries on the line. If I could ask for your personal contact details, I will get the office to draft a press release which you can have a look at. And it should reflect the conversation that we've just had. And hopefully we can move swiftly before there's any sort of announcement in the papers.
So I think if there's anything on whatever this is on whistleblowing, I would contest it hugely.
Okay. That is understood. I will need to make sure that official...
My reputation is very important to me. As I say, over many companies. I was asked to come and do this. I fought this battle as best I can. I'm beginning to repeat myself. If you hand me over, I will do it. And let's hope that it's a wording that you're happy with and I'm happy with. It shouldn't be difficult. It should be quite straightforward. We need to keep it straight and simple. And because there'll be enough crises at the Post Office in the next 2 weeks, and this will be just a small item in the footnotes in due course.
Right, let me just speak to my private secretary, who should be on the line. Megan, are you there? Or Annie? It doesn't sound like I think they can hear, but they can't speak. What I will do is I will take your contact details myself, because they will be able to log that. What is the fastest way to reach you? Is it on your mobile?
A mobile?
Yes.
Of course, I think shall I give it to you?
The number's redacted, so that's why we hear the beep. Contact details we've taken out of the recording, but if we carry on...
And what is the email address that we can send something to you fairly quickly?
That's just the provision of an email address.
All right. We will move as quickly as
I'm taking this. Therefore, I won't turn up to the board meeting on Monday or Tuesday.
Yes, that is correct.
Fine.
I'm sorry, but that will need to be the case given the conversation we've had and what I suspect the media are going to be doing. And if it is any consolation at all, I doubt it will be, but I'm very angry about the fact that this has been leaked without us doing this properly, and means that it's appalling. It's appalling. It is appalling. And I have noticed what you have said about UKGI. I do think that they have been part of the problem, and that is the next step for this.
That's not my view. That is the view of most of the board. That I had a meeting, when I said I've got a meeting with the chairman and chief executive of UKGI, I said, for governance purposes, I've never held a meeting just with the directors that aren't on UKGI, but to give me a view on what was said. And this was taken very badly by Lorna, but actually it's good governance. And they just said, you've got to tell them straight, we support your strategy, give us the tools and we can do the job, was sort of summary of it. So there's some serious work to be done in terms of the UKGI situation.
Okay. Well, let's see where we can get to going forward. But I'm very sorry to have had to make this call, Henry, and I really do wish you well.
Stuff happens. Okay, thank you, Secretary of State.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. That's the end of the recording. Now, tracking back to where we started this morning, we had, even before you became chairman, that letter to the then Secretary of State regarding Mr. Reid's pay, followed by the meeting with Sarah Mumby in the January, a year before this conversation, that we've addressed at length today. We then have a board meeting where the minister attends, and as we saw, very little discussion about matters such as compensation, etc. Why is it only when you are being dismissed that you are raising the issues we've heard being raised directly with the Secretary of State regarding UKGI, regarding culture, regarding the CEO?
Well, as I've said to you before, you've heard the postmasters' evidence, and they told you how much it was the front of my priority right throughout the year. So that's the first thing. Secondly, in respect of my contact with the Secretary of State, I had some contact with Mr. Hollingray, who was the minister. In fact, in corporate land, just to be clear, the contact always in a business is between the chief executive and the shareholder. Because I was involved with all four of my companies, we were quite active in acquisitions, etc., and I was known to have some expertise in that area. I would quite often go to shareholders on very special deals, particularly if they were putting up new money. But on the day-to-day contact with the shareholders in the corporate world, it is always done by the chief executive now. So that's what I was completely used to. The Secretary of State now says, oh, you should have seen me. If she'd wanted to see me, of course I would have gone. But for me, coming from the corporate world, that was the normal way that things were done. And Mr. Reid saw the shareholder on a regular basis, reported back to me what was said, which is exactly what would have happened at any of the companies where I was a chairman of.
The Post Office isn't like W.H. Smith or another company.
No.
It's a very different type of company that is owned by the shareholder, the government. You're expressing very strong feelings in this meeting about UKGI and about culture, matters that go to the very core of issues that you're saying
Absolutely.
Have occurred at the Post Office.
Absolutely.
Why leave it until your dismissal to raise those directly?
No,
with the Secretary of State?
because you've seen that Nick Reid was also aware of them, and he was talking to the shareholder about them. So it wasn't being held back from the shareholder, but the relationship between at the Post Office The relationship between the shareholder and the chief executive is always with the chief executive. That's what the previous chairman said to me is the way that it was done, and it didn't surprise me because that's what I was used to in the corporate world. So it's nothing to do with me. It was the way, the relationship that the shareholder had with the chairman of the post office, both me and before me.
Could we please turn to RLIT 40256, please? Now, after your dismissal on the 18th of February 2024, you had an interview with the Sunday Times. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we see here the reporting of that interview. Could we scroll down, please, and focus on page 3? Thank you. The first bullet point says he was instructed by a senior civil servant to stall on compensation payments to Horizon victims so the government could limp into the election with the lowest possible financial liability. Is that an accurate recording of the information that you provided to the newspaper?
I did use the word limp, and of course, when I found my file note, I found that the word was hobble. So that was actually because the Sunday Times said, look, the government is saying this is all wrong, so can you find your file note, which I did, because by that stage the Secretary of State had said he'd lied in Parliament. That was never repeated once I found my file note. So I did say that the secret civil servant had asked me to hobble into the election, and I think it's not reported there, but to stall on cash payments generally, including compensation and Horizon and the business.
The reporting there is compensation payments to Horizon victims. That's obviously significant for the inquiry's purpose and for the public's purpose.
No question.
Did you say that you had been told, instructed by a senior civil servant to stall on compensation payments to Horizon victims because of, in some way,
what I
the
would have
next
said was
election?
to stall on payments inter alia, including compensation.
We saw the discussion earlier today.
Sorry, can I be clear about that? I appreciate that newspapers, this is a newspaper report of what you had to say, but I would like you to be as precise as possible, Mr. Staunton. Did you say words to the effect, you were instructed by a senior civil servant to stall on compensation payments to Horizon victims?
To stall inter alia on payments.
Well, I doubt whether you would have said inter alia to the...
No, but on all payments, including compensation, yeah.
Perhaps we could turn to page 5.
If I could just say, sir.
No, I'm going to ask the question and then you can address the chair. But let's look at page 5, please, and the bottom of page 5, because it has words in quotation marks. It says as follows. It says, early on, I was told by a fairly senior person to stall on spending on compensation and on the replacement of Horizon and to limp on, in quotation marks. I did a file note on it, limp into the election. He said it was not an anti-postmaster thing, it was just straight financials. I didn't ask because I said, I'm having no part of it, I'm not here to limp into the election, it's not the right thing to do by postmasters. The words limp gives you a snapshot of where they were. Is that a direct quotation from you to the journalist?
It would be words to that effect.
And it appears that you had told the journalist that the words limp into the election related to compensation and the replacement of Horizon, not broader matters relating to the post office. Is that correct?
No, I would have said on all payments, including compensation and Horizon.
Because
and there was only the other one, which was operational costs, because the inquiry was obviously, it would be what it would be.
We saw earlier today the note of the conversation that you had, and in neither your own note nor the department's note was there any reference to compensation.
You saw from my note the huge pressures on the government. You saw from my note that she wanted that I was instructed to hobble into the election, that all costs had to be strenuously considered, and the only costs that we had were Horizon, remediation, and operational, and the inquiry, and so all of those were included. So I've put in compensation and Horizon. Maybe I should have said and operational costs.
The suggestion may be made in due course that you're only belatedly raising compensation because you knew that that in particular would embarrass the Secretary of State and the officials who work underneath her.
No, it wasn't. My strength of feeling for the postmasters, if I haven't got that across to you now, I've clearly failed. But you've heard it from the postmaster, Neds, how strongly I felt about it. You're hearing a story from other people in the post office, and you're clearly providing more credence to that. I think you should give some credence to what the postmaster Neds are saying.
I rudely interrupted you before. There was something that you wanted to say to the chair.
I'm totally forgotten, Sir Wynne. Did you just... I was distracted.
What was happening, Mr. Staunton, was, in effect, I was pressing you to say whether or not what you are reported as saying by the journalist was accurate. And I think essentially you've answered that question in your answers to Mr. Blake. But if there is anything you wish to add, then please do so.
Well, I think you made a really good point, which, of course, I kind of assumed that I would see his draft before it was published to make finer corrections. But as you say, you lose control over it, and I was never given any opportunity to look at this in detail. I think I might have used the words inter alia, or I would have, in the first comment, I'd have put compensation, Horizon, and operational costs, because all of those were to be dealt with and held back on.
All right.
While we're still on this article, if we could turn back to page 3, please. There was a second bullet point that I just wanted to ask you about. It says there, the government body that manages taxpayers' ownership of the Post Office told its chief executive to write to the Lord Chancellor stating the reason so few sub-postmasters had come forward to have their convictions overturned was because they were guilty as charged. I don't think we've heard in your evidence today that the origins for that letter from Mr. Reid lay with UKGI or the Department for Business. Can you assist us with that bullet point?
Because, of course, this letter was so unusual to come from the Post, particularly after the discussion Nick and I would have, which was we're getting progress with the exoneration, but I think the Post Office, I was keen for the Post Office to pursue the point on exoneration and maybe have some publicity on it. But Nick was more in the guilty as charged mode, so I thought we agreed to keep it quiet, to not take a side either way. As I said in a note, that actually this was a terribly difficult decision for the government to take, and not saying anything I thought was helpful. So I said, having had all of that conversation, why on earth did you issue this note when you know that that was not my view, when we agreed to keep it quiet, and surely it should have involved the board? And he said, and I know it's been denied by him and by UKGI, he said, I was asked by UKGI to do it. And that made sense to me because we'd agreed we wouldn't say anything. Why did he suddenly, a day later, write that letter? So...
Could we please turn to page 9? One final...
sorry, again, I want to be precise about these things. The suggestion at the time... Sorry, no, forget it. I was confusing two documents. Never mind. Carry on, Mr. Blake.
Page 9, please, underneath the photograph. You referred in this interview to the term untouchables. It says there a source close to the Post Office said it was not true that it continued to employ 40 investigators involved in the Horizon scandal and that it did not recognise the Untouchables tag. Now, without going into matters of parliamentary privilege, matters that were discussed in front of parliamentary committees, what is your view as what is said by the source close to the Post Office?
Well, I think you've heard that Nick said he didn't recognise the word untouchable. I think you've heard from the Postmaster directors. One of them said to Nick, "It's your words." Amanda Burton said, "It's your words." Andrew Darfer has confirmed to me that it were Nick's words. So the fact that it did not recognise the Untouchables tag seems strange.
I've already used the word circus in a question earlier. January, February of this year, it seems the circus is continuing. Would you agree with that?
Yes, to a certain extent. I think the Untouchables thing is a really odd one because actually I think, as I say, it is a really serious point with regard to when we do path clearing. So I think we need to recognise what we have here in terms of the Untouchables. It's not some sort of academic exercise. This is really fundamental to what happens next time round to avoid another crisis with regard for postmasters. That's why I feel the Untouchables thing is important, not so much the word or who said what to whom.
Is there anything that you would like to say to sub-postmasters in relation to these events as we've seen them play out in January and February of this year?
Absolutely. I think it is, first of all, I think it's absolutely appalling what's happened to them, but in fact the Post Office makes all these fine words up, but actually deeds count far more than words, and we have a tragic situation here, and I've given those examples where words are used that show clearly no sympathy at all for sub-postmasters who are subject to litigation. And I would say to them, hang in there, because we've got to accelerate this process. I wrote to the Select Committee and I said this process must be taken out of the hands of the postmasters. We should give a 6-month deadline.
The Post Office, I think you mean. Taken out the hands of the Post Office.
I'm sorry, taken out of the hands of the Post Office. And we must get this thing sorted in the next 6 months. And I know that every 6 months elapses and somebody says, let's do it in the next 6 months, which is exactly what Alan Bates has done. But the fact is, I would say, don't be discouraged. It must be coming to the end. There's a lot of pressure being put on. Have faith.
One final document that I'd like to take you to, it's Bayes 0000753. It's a note after your time at the Post Office. It's, I think, from Minister Hollenrake's private office. And there's a discussion there with Mr. Reid and others. I'm just going to read to you a section of it. Kevin, that's Minister Hollenrake, says, fair to say at a certain point in time, have to take the gloves off and try to manage the info. I think the Select Committee were weak with him, apart from Anthony Higginbottom. Sorry it was so messy. Keen to support in any way we can to make sure we get past this. Hope he's discredited. Anything else you think we need to do to make it easier? From what you understand, is that a conversation about you?
I assume so, to discredit me, absolutely. It's the circling of the wagons, and anyone that's in supporting the postmasters is, as the postmaster directors themselves have found, as I warned them that would happen, that's what happens.
And then Mr. Reid looked to Lorna on this, and then Lorna Grattan from UKGI says, need as much support as you can get from Ben Tidswell to try and get the board functioning properly. We need to try and find a way through the Project Pineapple memo. Mr. Reid says, we'll have a board meeting tomorrow and we'll see where we get to. Postmaster non-executive directors may use tomorrow as an opportunity to criticise on funding and anti-postmaster sentiment. Need to avoid tomorrow morning being a proper road crash. Catherine Sherratt, the interim CFO, says, had a bit of a flavour of it on Monday. They think it did not do enough for postmasters. Elliot mentions where the investment for the future of the business and postmasters REM is front and centre. Costs are rising, and this has been a theme of theirs for quite a while. Nick says, this goes back to whether the postmaster directors are playing the role of a director or a trade union rep. I don't know where that is going to go. They're extremely exposed as a result of Project Pineapple. Not sure how to patch this up. It's a slight standoff. Lorna Grattan says they're not in a good place and aren't operating in a way appropriate for the business. Mr. Reid says, how can they ensure their own self-interest doesn't cut across their role in supporting the Post Office as a business? What are your views as to the discussion that's taking place here?
I think it's absolutely appalling.
And why do you say that?
It's absolutely appalling because the Postmaster directors were making something. This is a terrible issue in terms of our culture, in terms of how postmasters are the regard in which they're held. You know, guilty as charged. I won't repeat it all. And they have cried foul, and then for the word to be used twice, that they are now exposed as if they're some sort of shooting gallery, that's just not the way that they should be treated. They've taken a huge risk. I told them it was a huge risk. I said, you will lose your businesses if you're not careful. And they were still extremely brave to proceed with this route, and they should be congratulated. And so to be spoken of in these terms, as I say, is appalling.
So those are all the questions that I have. We do have a small number of questions from call participants, mindful, of course, that we have Mr. Cameron on this afternoon as well.
Fine, well, let those questions be put.
Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Staunton. I have some questions for you. I represent a large number of sub-postmasters. At 11:45 this morning, you referred to the importance of greater commercial success in the Post Office. And in your witness statement, you say that your initial assessment was that Post Office needed to refocus its activities in order to put its operations on a commercially viable footing. But then, on the other hand, you say at paragraph 7 of your statement that the Post Office is a vital public institution, and you took the position because you were doing a public service and giving something back to the community. And then at 2:30 this afternoon, just now, you agree with Mr. Blake that the Post Office isn't like W.H. Smith's. It's a very different type of company owned by the shareholder, the government. So with those statements in mind, my question is, should the Post Office really be a business in the strict commercial sense?
That's a very good question. I think we should be commercial. I think we should reduce the cost because I think that gives us more profitability to pass down to postmasters. So I think it's in postmasters' interests for us to be a commercial success. And if I may, I'll just draw attention to that memo that we've just seen, where the minister said, even after trending on the horizon, this business is bust. He's wrong. This business, if we take, I do this all the time in my business career. I looked at the cost base and I thought we could take 100 million out of the cost base. We could do much more in terms of income, in terms of banking framework too. We could have an extra 150 million of income. We would have a thriving business here, which would be much more money for postmasters, which is absolutely fair because they just don't get nowhere near the right rate for the job. So actually, I think on the one hand, it needs to be as profitable as possible. Equally, there are a host of post offices which are not profitable, whichever way you look, and perform a public service. And for that, I think you need to get a grant from the government, a bigger one than it's got now, because this grant doesn't really do it for the postmasters. But if you've got a decent grant for those postmasters who are in areas where they're just performing a public service, get the post office with a much better cost structure, we would have a business which would be better for all postmasters, including the small ones who are benefiting from a grant.
The Post Office has been propped up by the government in the past. We know that in 2010 that there was a 1.3 billion investment as part of the network transformation scheme. We know that part of this propping up is to keep post offices going in rural communities where perhaps businesses might not be viable.
Absolutely.
Should the Post Office need to make a profit if it is largely a public institution entrusted to give public services to communities?
Well, the reason I would like to have a lower cost base so that it was profitable is that I think I have a slight worry that the government, if they thought that they were just throwing good money after bad, they might not support the government. So I think it's incumbent on the Post Office to be as efficient as possible and to have as much income as possible, still have a subsidy for the other postmasters, but I think if you did that, there would be actually more income for postmasters, which is which they're crying out for because it's not a profitable business.
Well, exactly. And on the subject of income for sub-postmasters, we've been told by many of our clients that large numbers...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I do the same sometimes.
Sorry.
That large numbers of sub-postmasters receive remuneration that's below the minimum wage.
No question.
And that very many of them, and these are people that are at the heart of the business, are struggling today to make ends meet. And you accept that's the position.
I go to Postmaster conferences. These people are working 70, 80 hours a week. And when you see the profitability of their businesses, it's outrageous. That's why I'm anxious to have a successful, thriving postmaster providing more income for postmasters, because it's absolutely necessary.
And there's a disconnect, isn't there, between the drive to profit and the pay of senior executives and the reality of how some sub-postmasters are remunerated on the ground.
No question. I think I said that when I was talking about remuneration levels for executives.
And was that something that was at the forefront of the thinking during your time as chairman?
Absolutely. I mean, I spent a lot of time with the postmasters, and I could see how hard they worked. I mean, they were reconciling these balances into the night. I mean, it's every night. I mean, I was going to say you wouldn't believe it. Clearly you do, because you represent so many and talk to them. Well, I don't need to tell you.
What do you think the Post Office can do now to improve the dire financial positions of sub-postmasters?
Well, there's no getting away from it. We need to get an investment to get a proper system like Horizon, because at the moment it is... If I were a postmaster, I'd be terrified that they've got this system that is unreliable, and what does that do for me, particularly when it comes to path clearing? I won't repeat my points there. So the government has to make an investment to get Horizon, the replacement of Horizon, up and running. The second thing we need to do is to reduce the cost base of this business, increase the income, particularly in terms of banking framework 4, and you would then have a business. I mean, I spent 2 days with... I looked at the structure, what we've done as Smiths, what do we do here? It's every time I take over a company, that's the exercise I do. So I'm convinced we could have a profit in this business and more money for postmasters as well. And that's the short-term solution. But I did mention that my personal view is that we need to have this business owned by the postmasters, but it's only worth demutualising it if it's profitable and can stand on its own 2 feet. And I think if we did that, actually the cost structure would come down even more, because postmasters wouldn't allow... There'd be no bonuses, there'd be no long-term schemes, there'd be no short-term schemes. They just turn up for work and get a salary, and they would expect the manager of the post office to do exactly the same, and that would make huge inroads into it, on top of the £100 million plus cost reduction I'm talking about. So, but that isn't for tomorrow, that is for 2 and 3 years away. But I think that would benefit them too.
Thank you. I have one other very, very short topic, and I'm conscious of the time. We have 3 of our clients here, and many of them are watching from home, and we've had a number of messages from them today while you've been giving your evidence. And the general view is that they all note that you were supportive of the sub-postmaster non-executive directors, and they feel that you were badly used by the Post Office.
Thank you. I feel that too.
Who do you think is responsible for this weaponising against you, throwing you under the bus, so to speak? Are you able to give any names? I know you said earlier that you don't want to speculate.
Well, you can see how some of the cases have been influenced by the postmaster. It is outrageous, and anyone can look through all of that and see what's happened.
Well, very briefly, was it within the Post Office that this was going on against you?
I think it was driven actually a bit by the UKGI director, influencing the UKGI, and huge pressures put on 1 or 2 of the non-executives, particularly those that voted against the internal SID. So it was a minority, but it was not good governance.
I'm going to ask if I have any more questions for you. I don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your supportive comments. I really value that. Would you thank?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Henry has some questions. I may have a follow-on question at the end.
Mr. Staunton, you were appointed, of course, in December 2022. There was a board meeting which took place on the 24th of January 2023, which you refer to at paragraph 49 of your witness statement. And I don't want these put up on the screen, but for the benefit of referencing, the board minutes, partial and supposedly full, are POL 0044860 and POL 00448713. And at that board meeting, apparently the senior independent director, Mr. Tidswell, said the following, quotation, "If postmasters thought their conviction could be overturned, then they may have already come forward," and, quotation, "the company had a duty to ensure that people who were guilty remain guilty." Now, Mr. Staunton, having looked at both of the documents that I've cited, the full minutes and the partial minutes, I haven't been able to locate if postmasters thought their conviction could be overturned, then they may have already come forward. Do you distinctly recall Mr. Tidswell saying that?
I think, Mr. Henry, I think I did mention that in this presentation earlier, which is that sent a chill down my spine. I remember, even now as I sit here, him saying that it is the duty of the Post Office to ensure that these people who are found guilty remain guilty. And that's the chairman of the Remediation Committee, so you could see what I was battling against. And that was in January. Similar sort of comments were expressed by the Remediation right the way through my time, through to December when the letter went to the Lord Chancellor. So I couldn't agree with you more. I was chilled by it.
Now, there's nothing in those minutes, Mr. Staunton, and I think you've already dealt with this, but I just want to develop it with you. Nothing in those minutes that suggests that you confronted it. Did you address him, as it were, collegially afterwards?
I did. I just said that's just, I cannot believe you feel that. The truth of the matter is that Ben Tidswell felt that right the way through. It's a view, and I think, I hate to say it in this room, but it seemed to be more a view held by the lawyers on the board than others.
And in fact, you addressed that in your statement, that the view was, as it were, egged on by the lawyers.
Yes.
But I want to come now to the 28th of November, so it's 11 months into your tenure. Could this please be put up onto the screen if it's in our Rule 10, so it should be. POL 00448614. And could we go, please, to page 12 of 21? I want to concentrate on paragraph 8.4. And 8.4, disclosure of potential future appellants. And SR, that's Mr. Ricalden, is it?
Yes.
SR spoke of to the PFA exercise and what had been achieved. SR outlined the identification of 333 cases, that's November 2023, where the conviction did not appear unsafe, although further information could change that position. However, on the evidence held, the company could not properly concede these appeals. This information had been shared with the DBT Advisory Committee, and the RU team were working with the communications team as to how this information might be communicated. So therefore, they would have been working with Mr. Richard Taylor. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now, there is no evidence in these notes, Mr. Staunton, of any trenchant challenge by you, no confrontation by you. This is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. We're defending the indefensible. Do you accept that this was a missed opportunity for you to leave your mark and, impress your views very, very clearly in that meeting?
Well, I would say that the position was. I'm sorry. The position was. I quoted the position in January where it was 550 cases, and Simon of Caldron said that only 12% might be appealable. So I just didn't accept that, and I said that, and I did say to Simon afterwards, it goes back to this culture.
But no, Mr. Staunton, yeah. I'm trying to explore with you.
Yeah.
There is no doubt at all that you were supportive, but what I'm trying to suggest to you is that you did not clearly message your concerns, they were not clearly documented, and so therefore you did not confront the culture that confronted you, a culture of denial, and they must be guilty. You didn't do it effectively. That's what I'm asking you.
There was a culture of denial. As I've said to you, my style is to say to people outside the board meeting that if you keep challenging people in board meetings, you can end up in a bit of a mess. I actually did contest this, the comments about Ben Tidswell that you referred to earlier with him, and I also contested the 333 as well as the 550 with Simon, because clearly this is based on the Horizon system, which is completely inappropriate. So the answer is I did confront Simon outside the board. We said, this doesn't make any sense, Simon, to me. You must remember we have a remediation committee that goes through it in detail, which is chaired by Ben Tidswell. So there's an element of process about it. And as the chairman, all you can do is say, guys, that surely doesn't make any sense. Can't we look at it another way, or whatever?
But
so the answer, I did challenge them both, and you can hear from the Postmaster Neds how much I challenged on behalf of particularly those people that were convicted, which are the numbers we talk about here, but also the thousands of postmasters that lost so much, even if they weren't convicted. No one did more to try and change things within the post office than I did, and that would be confirmed by the two Postmaster Neds.
But, Mr. Staunton, you accept, don't you, that you had a specific role in determining whether the communications as chairman were effective and supported the achievement of the organisation's objectives. And one of the most important objectives was the proper, full and fair compensation and exoneration of the postmasters. You must accept that.
So and no one was more acutely aware, particularly of exoneration. As I say, you heard my horror at the exoneration comments made previously by Mr. Tidswell throughout 2003, and no one could have been more questioning of him than I was.
But it's unfortunate, isn't it, that we don't need to go to it, but obviously there was the CEO, Mr. Reid, on the 9th of January, sending that unfortunate letter together with the Peters and Peters advice. And there was Mr. Taylor suspended on the 12th of January, who was basically saying, well, some of them downright stole it and even disputed the findings of Mr. Justice Fraser's judgment in the Horizon Issues trial, quote unquote, because when he was caught out on tape, he said, it's never been proven that there was a link between the computer glitch and anybody actually losing any money. I mean, obviously, reflecting on your efforts, and I don't doubt you attempted to do something, but you were not able to change the culture, were you? If that's the way your CEO is approaching things and your Director of Communications.
Everything that Taylor said, that was widely held, not just by Taylor, widely held within the company. That's absolutely right. And I don't disagree. That's why it was such a big battle to change the culture. It was my top priority, as Ish and Elliot said.
Now, my closing issue for you, Mr. Staunton, is this, and obviously you don't subscribe to it, but the idea is, well, if they haven't come forward by now, they must be guilty. The firm who instructs me... I don't agree
with that at all. I totally
yes,
agree.
You disagree with it vehemently. Absolutely. The firm that instructs me represented Mrs. Kathleen Crane. Her appeal came before the Court of Appeal on the 25th of January 2024. So a little more than 2 weeks after Mr. Reid sent that letter to the Justice Secretary. In its judgment, the Court of Appeal noted the profound fear which had prevented her from pursuing any challenge to her conviction, which had dated back 14 years. And they had no hesitation in granting her appeal. They granted a lengthy extension of time. And even on the morning of her appeal, before it was heard, when it was even known that the Post Office would not contest it, and her case fell squarely within the Horizon cases, she was terrified that her appeal would nevertheless be rejected. And so that fear, that profound fear, was how she felt after 14 years of suffering in silence. Now, we know that you were addressed.
So what's the question, Mr. Henry?
Yes, sir. We know that you have addressed why people don't come forward, and you received a very measured and balanced briefing on the subject from no less than Miss Gallivant, King's Counsel, who said that some might have been traumatised and afraid. But given what the Court of Appeal held in Mrs. Crane's case, how many of your former colleagues at senior board level or senior executive level, how many of your former colleagues actually shared that view? Or are they still unable to understand that people might not come forward because they are terrified and scarred by their experience?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Henry, but he can't answer for his senior colleagues who have not been his colleagues for at least, by my reckoning, 8, 9 months.
Well, could I just deal with it in this way then, sir? When you were recorded speaking to the Secretary of State, and we've heard the recording, and you actually mentioned Mr. Taylor, saying that he thought that most people were guilty as charged, etc., etc., you said this to the Secretary of State: you didn't think that most of the board held that view. But how many of the board at that time, when you were speaking to the Secretary of State, held the view that the postmasters were guilty as charged?
I think it was widely held amongst the management team, and I've said that before, so I hear what Sir Wyn has to say, but I was around the block enough to know that, and it was held by some on the board, but a minority. I would say that I've read the testimonies of these postmasters who have been had lost everything, had convictions, etc., and the evidence is absolutely heartrending, and it's if you have any sort of heart, you feel awful for them, and I felt that they talk about the brutality of the Post Office's lawyers, both internal and external. This has been dire, and it's all over the papers, whatever you read in terms of the interview. So I understand where you're coming from. Trust me, I think I absolutely agree with you.
Thank you. So those are all of the questions. Do you, sir, have any questions?
Just one or two, Mr. Staunton. Can I take you back, hopefully without putting it on the screen, to the letter which Miss Munby sent to your predecessor, Mr. Parker, sometime in 2022 before your appointment? You remember the letter?
Yes.
Because you said that a particular sentence, in effect, had a profound effect on you, which was to the effect that compensation was to be fair to the postmasters, but also fair to the taxpayer.
And there were 3 comments in that regard. It had to be fair value for taxpayers, and the third one, it had to be appropriate use of taxpayers' money. So if it had happened once...
All right, hang on, let me ask the question. I was just putting the context.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So with that in mind, I want to ask you about your knowledge of various things. Firstly, did you know that in, I think, 3 documents which I issued, I quoted government ministers as saying that compensation for postmasters should be full and fair.
I didn't know that, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, that's question number one. Question number two is, in the time that you were chair of the board of the post office, were any of the documents which I issued about compensation discussed by the board?
I don't think, when it was reported back by the Remediation Committee, I'm sorry to say that I don't recall much feedback, sir.
All right, fine. And thirdly...
So I could say the minutes of the I focus on the remediation.
Yeah, all right.
There may be something in the Remediation Committee, so if I've got that wrong...
No. We'll find out. I'm asking about your knowledge.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this unkindly. Whatever I may have said in those documents clearly didn't make much impression on you, since you can't remember it.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was presented to the board, sir.
Right. All right, that's fine. Then the third question I want to ask you is this. You obviously saw a distinction between compensation which was full and fair to the postmasters and compensation which was fair to them, but which took account of other factors such as the public purse. Yeah?
Absolutely.
And presumably you did so because you realized that compensation which took account of factors such as the public purse might be less generous than compensation which was full and fair.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
Right.
That's
Can
absolutely
you
key.
tell me whether you know which of those approaches was adopted by the post office in making offers of compensation?
I think it was the taxpayers' effect. I think Alisdair Cameron's coming on later, and you'll see that when he talks about, he issued a note in March 23 where he says the same thing, that he said that the Remediation Committee wanted to please the shareholder. So
Right.
he might be
So
asking.
in your time as chair, so far as you were aware, the actual approach of those who were making offers of compensation was to make them taking account of what was in the interest of the public purse. I'm putting that in a general sense.
That would be my view, sir.
And is that because you were party to discussions to that effect, or is that something which you have inferred from your general knowledge, so to speak?
Sorry. Yes, it's because before the board meeting, I would have a meeting with the remediation management, as I would with the Horizon management and everybody else. And it was based on those discussions that I thought it was...
Right. And so far as you are aware, if you are aware, was the approach which you said was the one which was taken in terms of making offers a continuation of what had happened before you became chairman, or was there some change when you became chairman?
I'm afraid I couldn't say so because I wasn't around.
That's fair enough.
No one said to me we're taking a different approach, so I can't answer it, I'm afraid.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Staunton, for your very detailed witness statement and for all the time and trouble you've taken in answering questions today. I'm grateful to you.
It's a pleasure, sir.
Thank you, sir. Could we now take our mid-afternoon break until
Yes,
3:30? With a fair amount of cooperation with all court participants, we will be fine to finish Mr. Cameron's evidence this afternoon as well.
Jolly good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Our second witness of today is Mr. Cameron.
Yes.
I do solemnly,
sincerely and truly,
sincerely and truly
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Can you give your full name, please?
Alisdair Charles John Cameron.
Mr. Cameron, you should have in front of you a witness statement dated the 8th of August of this year.
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn to the final substantive page? That's page 24.
Yes.
Can you confirm that that is your signature?
Yes.
And can you confirm that that statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That has a unique reference number of WITN 09840200, which will be published on the inquiry's website shortly. We know, you have previously given evidence to the inquiry on the 17th of May 2024, and you've given quite a great deal of evidence, so we can take things pretty quickly this afternoon. Relevant for today's purpose is that you were the CFO at the Post Office up until the 23rd of June 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
Although, as we'll see, there was a period prior to that in which you were not attending meetings and not.
Yes.
First, I'd like to just clear up a loose end in relation to Phase 5 and 6. Could we please look at UKGI 30/48147? Thank you. And we'll start with the bottom email. It's an email from Mr. Foat of the 30th of April 2021 in respect of the Simon Clark advice.
Okay.
And he says, it's an email to Ken McCall and others. He says the Simon Clark advice was sought following the Second Sight report, which contained information that Horizon may not be bug-free, and Post Office may have been aware of this. The Second Sight report identified 2 bugs with Horizon, receipts and payments mismatch, and local suspense account, which has been highlighted to Second Sight by Gareth Jenkins. In the advice dated the 8th of July 2013, he advised on the need to conduct a review of all Post Office prosecutions and a small number of current cases to identify those in which the material ought to be disclosed. This post-conviction exercise was referred to as the Cartwright-King Sift Review. On the 15th of July 2013, Simon Clark provided advice to Post Office as to the use of expert evidence in support of prosecutions of allegedly criminal conduct. This advice is referred to in the Court of Appeal Criminal Division judgment as illustrating the Post Office's poor investigation procedures. In your view, as at this time, were the board sufficiently informed of the significance of the Clark advice?
I didn't think so, and I think my response was to say we could really do with, as a board, a clear setting down of exactly what happened in what order through this period, because it wasn't at all clear to me, and obviously this would have been happening well before I joined, and so I certainly felt I didn't understand it, and I suspected the rest of the board didn't either.
And in your view, is that description in the final couple of sentences there sufficient, or a sufficiently accurate characterisation of the Simon Clark advice on the use of expert evidence?
I'm not sure I know.
If we scroll up, we can see a response to Mr. Foat from yourself, and you say as follows. You say, Ben, it would be helpful to do a high-level and simple timeline of the Second Sight activity, the different reviews, like SC, so that's Simon Clark, is it? Brian Altman's review, disclosure exercises, Deloitte H reviews, so we can see how it pins together. 2013 does seem to be the pivotal year when the Post Office doubled down.
Yeah.
Can you assist us with what you meant there by doubled down?
So my sense of it, and again, well before I joined, was that, and this may not be right, but my sense at the time was that the Post Office Board, as it became independent, seemed to be engaging sort of more openly with what became the claimant population, and there seemed to be some dialogue between Lord Arbuthnot and, Post Office, and then that seemed to stop relatively suddenly. And what I meant by doubling down is Post Office retreated into, well, we'll do the mediation scheme, but, and to become much more defensive again. And that is what I meant. And that seemed to be around 2013.
Thank you. Moving now to a different topic, and that is your email that we've seen already today and previously entitled The Robustness of Our Governance.
Yeah.
Email that you sent on the 23rd of March 2023. Could we bring that up onto screen? That's poll 00423-699. Could I also ask if you could give your answer perhaps slightly louder or come slightly closer to the microphone, please?
Okay.
Or maybe both. Thank you. If we could look at the bottom of page 2 into page 3. You've addressed this email in your latest witness statement at paragraph 22. And there are just a couple of matters that have been identified today as potential significant issues that I'd just like to ask you about. If we scroll down, the first is the CIJ scorecard and your views on that. Are you able to expand on your views as set out there regarding the Common Issues Judgment scorecard?
So one of the roles that G should have been playing, and my contention is that it wasn't playing, was to provide oversight of what was happening through the business as the senior executive group. And there was some reporting developing, so there was a scorecard, and I can't remember how much of that was operations or how much of that was legal who put that together at this stage. But it was about whether we had done the things that we were required to do in the Common Issues Judgment and whether they were being maintained and monitored. And the fact is we never discussed it. And I don't think the trouble with scorecards is you really do need to understand what the underlying data is doing, and I didn't think we did. And I didn't think that we understood what the performance of operations was. I don't think it was coming up to the group executive. And within the scorecard, they may well have been measuring some very sensible things, but they weren't measuring the things that I thought were critically important, of one of which is the shortfalls, the losses, one of which was investigations, where they had really lost all the data on what was happening and weren't completing very many investigations. And there were a couple of my obsessions through these years was that in getting to clarity on branch situations, there were two things that weren't operating effectively and we just weren't getting done. One is stamp accounting. So unlike for cash, where everything was remmed in and remmed out of the branches on barcodes and was checked at either end, the stamps hadn't been invested in like that, and there hadn't been the procedures in place to make sure that end-to-end the stamp numbers were right and people were putting them in manually. That's what postmasters had to do. And absolutely we have to get that process automated, and it was supposed to be part of the Horizon replacement, and then that wasn't happening. And so that was one. And the other was you shouldn't put retail sales through a post office till. They weren't retail products. And people, rather than moving between tills, postmasters were using something called the retail button, or the other stamps button, I can't remember, but they were putting it through and then reconciling it later, sort of changing it later, which created confusion and noise. And I'm just saying, look, these are important parts of whether the operations are working. and they're not even on the scorecard.
We heard evidence this morning about a point in time at which a decision was apparently taken to prioritise the new Horizon system or the NBIT system over and above addressing issues to do with the Common Issues Judgment or Horizon Issues Judgment. Is that something you're aware of at all?
I think, yes. So at some point, if you've got expensive, time-consuming, difficult IT changes to do, and Horizon is incredibly expensive and difficult to change because it's so old and we don't manage it, then you have to decide, are we fixing Horizon and then flowing that into NBIT, or are we just going to create this capability in NBIT? So those were choices that were happening progressively, but of course the NBIT timetable kept and has kept going backwards, and therefore you might have made a different decision.
And we see below there's a section number 4 on NBIT.
Yep.
And you raise concerns there about the governance of NBIT. Briefly, what were your concerns here?
The sort of steering group governing NBIT wasn't working particularly well, and the project wasn't getting the input from operations thinking about how you roll NBIT out that it needed. And the team had asked if I would chair the steering group, and Nick thought that was a bad idea. And then a year later, so I think we're probably autumn 22 now, had asked me to do that. And my view by the January was that it really needed fairly fundamental reworking, and said that, and Nick asked me to stand it down because he had other ideas. And so what he then set about creating was a completely different operating model with Katie Secretan leading it from Martin Roberts' team, and that took some time to set up. So between me being asked to sort of stop and the new arrangements coming in was a space of several months, which this was in the middle of. And I thought, well, there is just no formal governance now over the NBIT programme for this period.
The Post Office doesn't yet have a new system in place that's been rolled out to sub-postmasters. At paragraph 58 of your witness statement, you say that Fujitsu's relationship with the board has never been satisfactory, and you suspect that both parties would like to end that relationship.
Yeah.
Was there discussion at board level about ending the relationship with Fujitsu?
No, because it was very hard, though it was discussed over the years, it was very hard to really conceive that anyone other than Fujitsu could manage Horizon. And so you would only end the relationship with Fujitsu when you were really confident that NBIT was going to go in on a certain date and you were expecting it to work. And that date has never, certainly wasn't visible when I stopped working.
Could we turn to poll 004488793? This is back in time now to the 8th of April 2020, and there was a board meeting on that date where there's a potential alternative or addition that's being discussed. So this is a board meeting in which you were, at that time, Group Chief Finance Officer. If we could turn to page 9 and have a look at the middle of that page. Actually, if we scroll up, thank you, if we stop there, we can see there's discussion of the group litigation order and then the post-GLO implementation plan. And if we scroll down, please, over the page, I'm just going to read to you a paragraph there. It says, we needed to reach a better position on the branch trading statement where we had been heavily criticised by the judge. If the branch trading statement could not be replaced, it needed to be supplemented by other information that made it fit for purpose. Communications to postmasters on the status of the branch trading statement contractually would be needed. it was noted that there had been a significant amount of communication about this. We were considering whether we could move the branch trading statement off Horizon, but migrating to another IT system could take a number of years. However, we were also looking at the different parts of the accounting system and what our options were. If we had a running account with a postmaster, we would settle the account for remuneration, and that would be transparent. We did not know yet if we could separate accounting from the Horizon system and place it elsewhere. Were there meaningful attempts to try and improve the branch trading statement while you were in post?
There was a lot of work going on in 2020. In specific to the branch trading statement, I cannot remember how far we got or what changes were made by the team. So I'm afraid I'm unable to answer your question. But I think we obviously had done work on back office systems. And so I think the question we're trying to get at was within the SAP CFS accounting system, was there enough information coming through from Horizon and elsewhere that we could have tried to create a branch trading statement, put it on Branch Hub so it was available electronically, and I don't think that ever happened. So my recollection, it was probably too difficult.
Could we please turn to poll 000215883 on a similar subject, looking at the board minutes of the 26th of May 2020. Thank you. So these are the board minutes of the 26th of May. And if we could please turn to page 4, about halfway down. Under the topic of telecoms, the second bullet point, it says there, if we scroll down, please, Carla Stent noted that the Fujitsu relationship had been raised at the Audit and Risk Committee on the 19th of May 2020, and that Jeff Smythe, CIO, would be preparing a paper for the board on this issue. The Fujitsu CEO had recently indicated that they would like to explore a structured early exit agreement. A principles document was being drawn up. Are you aware of any progress insofar as that was concerned?
So I don't particularly remember this conversation, but I assume they were talking about the Fujitsu relationship around the telecoms business rather than Horizon, which obviously we went on to sell the business relatively soon after. And so I think it was that they were talking about.
Thank you. Moving on to a different topic, and that is UKGI. You had raised in a number of places, I think in that email, the governance email that we've already turned to, concerns relating to UKGI's role as a non-executive director. I think you've said performing a quasi-executive role. Can you assist us with your view on that, please?
So I think the UKGI relationship and their role across the governance of Post Office has never worked properly, as far as I can tell, and certainly didn't in my time. And I think so the first problem is it just complicates the flow of information because you've got to discuss everything with UKGI, and then it goes to brief DBT, and sometimes they brief and sometimes we brief, and we don't necessarily know what the flow of information is. So I think that doesn't work. But I felt, strongly that it's an odd and equivocal role being shareholder representative, because the authority for that role comes from being the representative of the shareholder, of the Secretary of State. But often it seemed to me that the issues that were of concern to UKGI were their personal opinions on things. So they wielded the authority of being the representative of the shareholder to pursue things that were of interest to them, but which the shareholder wasn't particularly engaged with. And I thought that was consistently unhelpful.
And did that remain the case throughout your time?
Yes.
You've said at paragraph 62 of your statement that many decisions were made significantly or were by or significantly affected by the Treasury.
Yeah.
Can you assist us with that, please?
So I think anything which requires money being spent requires Treasury approval unless it's so small that DBT can do it themselves. And so all the major funding decisions, all the major compensation decisions are done, I think, through a negotiation between DBT and the Treasury. And the Treasury often sets conditions. So there were really detailed operational agreements that DBT had to make sure Post Office operated around HSS, around the overturned convictions compensation, in order for Treasury to confirm that they were willing to fund the compensation. And so all of these decisions were, negotiated between DBT and Treasury, and often Post Office wasn't in the room for that at all. And so you got, there was a very odd funding round, I think it was towards the end of 2021, when Post Office was asking for £400 million over 3 years, and then we were told we would get 200 million, and our view was, well, we couldn't therefore maintain 11,500 branches, and we couldn't afford to replace Horizon. And DBT were just completely astonished. And they just hadn't, either, through UKGI or whatever, they had not understood the financial position and found another 100 million, but we hadn't asked for enough and it wasn't enough. But they clearly didn't understand all the papers that were being written. So there was a final discussion between DBT and Treasury without any of them really understanding Post Office.
Moving on to the NFSP, I think you've said that you don't agree with the idea of an oversight committee.
No.
Can you briefly expand on that?
Post Office needs to be owned by postmasters. There is a fundamental conflict of interest between Post Office Limited and postmasters, and it plays out really simply and financially, which is if Post Office wants to meet a financial target, the easiest way it can do that is not pay as much money to postmasters. And what you've seen was, a deliberate, and I can explain it, attempt to reduce the overall postmaster remuneration between 2012 and 2018, which is all disclosed. And that was done through largely network transformation. And then following that, we agreed postmaster remuneration had to increase. And we had been very aggressive with the banks around Banking Framework 2. We probably added 90 million to the Post Office bottom line overnight. And that enabled 2 increases in postmaster remuneration, so that by 2020-21, postmaster remuneration had gone up, and the total amount paid, which no one ever talks about, had actually gone up for 2 years in a row. And then since then, it's gone down, bubbled around, and it's still less than it was, and it's still far less than it was in 2012, and yet postmasters have had to bear huge inflation through energy costs, minimum wage, and all the rest of it. And so, we had this conversation often, but Nick was very clear about we should be putting postmasters first at the beginning of 2021, and that was a rallying cry. And by the autumn, I said to him that I was uncomfortable using that phrase, because if you looked at the way we were divvying the money up, we put hitting our financial targets first and postmaster remuneration second. And he said that he hadn't been using that phrase for some months at that time.
Were you aware during your time of whether compensation was being sufficiently, or redress was being sufficiently addressed at board level? Do you have any views on that?
I think the board spend an awful lot of time on the sort of legal mechanics of it all. and the processes around that, and they certainly did review it. I think once you accepted that the Court of Appeal had set a process and our job was to legally follow it on overturned convictions, and that we were complying with the operational agreements that Treasury and DBT had set for both OHC and HSS, then there was relatively little influence we could have other than, pushing Simon Recaldin to do the delivery of it as fast as possible, and he certainly accelerated it. But I didn't think we were really making the decisions.
It has been suggested earlier today that one of the considerations was the taxpayer rather than simply whether it was full and fair compensation. Do you have a view on that?
So the Treasury set aside funding for HSS, for OHC and other schemes later. Now that process was slow and painful. But if you take overturned historical convictions, they set aside a very significant amount of funding with a time limit to use that funding. Memory was over 700 million. And Court of Appeal set the process, and the reason why our estimates of that spending actually reduced over time was because we just thought more people. But I've never understood, and I do say this in my statement, why Henry thought, why anyone would have asked him to slow down the compensation. I can absolutely understand the government saying, look, you've got to cut investment spend in the business, you've got to manage the cash flow. But the money for the compensation was there. It was set aside. If we followed the process and the compensation was paid, we would recover it from the Treasury, and the Treasury had already set it aside. And so there was no advantage to anyone in slowing down compensation. And to be honest, if Henry really thought he was being asked to slow down compensation, he should have threatened to leave. I mean, it would have been outrageous.
In light of that, do you have a view as to whether it was or was not likely that pressure was put on him?
So I'm sure there was lots of pressure on him to all sorts of things. I've never understood why they would be pushing him on compensation payments. Nick told me at one point that what the Treasury had said, I think, but I am repeating conversations, is that if Post Office was going to get more money, which we were clearly going to need, that they wanted a strategic review of government's requirements of the network. And so Nick and others were pushing very hard for that review to be done because it should unlock the door for more funding. And what Nick told me, so I guess it would have been late 2022, was that the then Secretary of State had said no, they weren't going to kick this off, and could Post Office sort of limp through to the next general election as best it could. Now, obviously, when Nick gives testimony, he can say whether that's what his recollection is, but that's my recollection. And so I assume there's been a muddling between not doing a strategic review, not getting more funding, although in fact some I think has been provided, and the actual compensation itself.
Thank you. My final topic is departures. Departures in general first. I think you've highlighted issues with Chief People Officer and that there were a number of departures. Can you think of any reason why that particular role is one that's subject to such churn in who fulfills the role?
Well, I'm not sure I can. I think all the individual circumstances were different. But I mean, if you look at the churn of Post Office executives since independence, I mean, Paula replaced her entire team at least once. And, I replaced one member of that team very quickly and was working on another. And, Nick obviously replaced, relatively new CIO and retail director within a few months. And, so it does seem to have been a theme overall, not just chief people officer.
In terms of your own departure, the 7th of May 2023 was your last working day, I believe. Is that correct? You formally ended your time at the Post Office on the 23rd of June 2024, and you've addressed that, I think, at paragraph 72 of your witness statement. In summary, can you assist us with what happened between you and Mr. Reid at that point in time?
So, in summary, Nick told me in 2021 that I was leaving the business. He didn't give a reason. And I thought it was the chief executive's right to choose their team, but I thought I ought to be compensated because he was absolutely clear he wasn't firing me, he wasn't making me redundant, and so I thought it was reasonable and he thought it was reasonable that he settled the contract. And I suspect he can tell you that he had some encouragement from DBT that they would support that position, which is why he had talked to me. And then they changed their mind or made up their mind and refused to do so. So in May of that year, he asked me to stay on, and I agreed, and we agreed a modus operandi. Now, I don't know what happened after that. I think I read somewhere that Jane Davis was saying that getting rid of me was an objective for her and her predecessor, but I don't know if that is true or not. I was finding it increasingly stressful for two reasons. One was to work in an atmosphere where I didn't feel welcomed or, able to fulfill my full role. And the other was, through 2022, we seemed to have given up trying to run the business, and it was just deteriorating on a whole range of fronts, which I talk about in there. And I was very stressed by what I call the pause payments issue. And if I could just touch on that for a moment. So, Post Office used to recover money from postmasters through deductions from their remuneration over an agreed term, which might go on for years. And what Lord Justice Fraser said in the Common Issues judgment, I think, was that Post Office couldn't take money off postmasters unless a proper investigation had been done. And the legal advice, therefore, was there were existing sort of deduction arrangements still going on from before 2019, and the legal department said it should stop, and the HRC refused to stop it, and it was still going on in 2022. So I made had a sort of bit of a tantrum about this at the board in December 2022, and it was agreed to stop.
What was your concern about it?
Well, I thought it was both wrong and illegal. So we were recovering money from postmasters where we hadn't done an investigation. So it seemed to me that was a clear breach of the Common Issues judgment, and it was indefensible. And so they stopped the existing ones, which were almost at an end anyway, but I had just assumed we would then do a process to return the money that we had taken since 2019, and they weren't prepared to do that.
Who's they?
The Historical Remediation Committee, Ben Tidswell, Tom Cooper, at the time. And I thought that was just wrong. So things like that I was finding incredibly stressful, as I did. We did genuinely, I think, the business. I'm not talking about what had happened with postmasters, but the commercial business, I think, did get along stronger between 2015 and 2020, and it was just deteriorating visibly in front of us. And I got very upset by the shortfall investigations, because what we were seeing was after 2 months, if we thought a postmaster owed us money and the postmaster didn't pay it, then we wrote that off to the P&L. And so you could see the scale of that very quickly through the P&L. And it had been, I think, 2 million a year when I joined. It went up to 5 million a year. And suddenly it was 12 million a year. It was £1 million a month. And through 2022, I was saying, look, we've got to understand this. So by 2020, we had a lot of data on this stuff. We were helping people avoid problems. What has happened? And I was being told, oh, all of these are being investigated. And eventually I couldn't get sensible data out of it, so I had to put an EY team in there to get sensible data out of it. And it was perfectly clear that they were hardly investigating any of them. And it just wasn't a basis to be asking people for money at all. And there was a lot of resentment that I was asking those questions out of the operations directorate. So all of that was very stressful.
Can I just pause you there? Who was responsible for that, and where was the resentment, in your view?
I felt a lot of resentment from Martin Roberts, who was telling me I ought to, mind my own business. And, I did speak to Nick about it. But I had to carry on. It was too big an issue not to. So I went on holiday in April 2023 for 2 weeks. And I said to my wife while we were, I really wasn't sure I could go back. It was just too difficult. And Jane Davis had asked me if it was making me ill, and it made me reflect on that. My wife was very clear it was making me ill. So I didn't come back immediately. I went to see my GP, because I didn't really know. I'm not a doctor, and it's me.
And you've addressed those matters in
Okay.
the statement. We don't need to go into any further detail as far as that's concerned. Thank you very much. So those are all of my questions. There are a small number of questions from core participants. Before we turn to core participants, do you, sir, have any questions?
Well, I think I'll wait to see what they ask.
Thank you very much. Perhaps we could start with Ms. Watt for the NFSP.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cameron. I'm
Hello.
over here. Thank you. Thank you. I ask questions on behalf of the National Federation of Sub-Postmasters, and I've got a couple of questions for you regarding some financial changes that I understand took place while you were the Chief Financial Officer. I'd like to discuss the concept of hard-to-place postmasters. And I'm going to summarise. If you bear with me, I'm going to speak for a little bit and then I'll ask you some questions. So in summary, under hard to place since 2018, if a postmaster wanted to leave the network, but a potential new postmaster could not be located, then the Post Office places them on a hard to place register. And if a potential new postmaster is found, the exiting postmaster will get a leavers payment. Post Office originally offered 26 months compensation to the hard-to-place postmasters. But this has been reduced unilaterally by the Post Office to 12 months, which is an average loss of around £43,000 for a postmaster. It's a significant decrease in the return the sub-postmaster will get from their investment in the business, and they will have all the costs associated with closing down their business, and adds to the significant difficulties with remuneration that postmasters have been facing. Now, turning to Nick Reid telling you that you would be leaving the Post Office, you say at paragraph 70 of your witness statement, "In my experience, it's not unusual in the commercial world for CEOs to want to recruit their own teams. Indeed, even within Paul, many executive colleagues had previously received settlements to leave the business." And you go on at paragraph 80 to set out your financial settlement, which you say is 2 years' salary at £245,000, so just under £500,000. Would you agree that it is not fair that postmasters who've invested their money, time and lives in their business are having their compensation, modest compensation for leaving the network cut, especially considering that the network relies on their investment and work, when at least some senior departing Post Office officials can negotiate large settlement packages?
So, number of thoughts. I mean, fundamentally, yes. And often there are relatively few people getting senior remuneration. There are an awful lot of postmasters, and therefore the overall cost to the business gets very disproportionate, which is why it's easy to end up in these places. I didn't get a financial settlement. I got retired on ill health, which was not my judgment. And so I think that is different, and it followed the Post Office's policies, I think, to the letter. Under those circumstances, there were no special favours. Nonetheless, your point is well made. On hard to place, and I'm not the world's greatest expert on it, I think this came out of the transformation programme. And the rule was we couldn't pay compensation at that point unless there was a replacement post office. We couldn't pay under the rules of the network transformation programme to shut a post office. And I think that was the rule that it originated with. It's then been debated at least once a year, and the decision to reduce it was taken quite reluctantly, but we just weren't being funded in the way we had been under network transformation. And so it was, one of those difficult financial trades. But is it unfair? Yes, it is.
So, and just to tie off that point, notwithstanding what you've said about your own particular circumstances, so you would agree that there's a disparity between how the Post Office treats its senior employees as compared to how it treats postmasters, and would you agree this is just one of many issues that reflect badly on the Post Office of today in the way it continues to treat those investors in the business, the postmasters?
So I agree it's unfair, absolutely. The Post Office does have to meet the budgets agreed with government, or the government has to pay us more money. So Nick campaigned quite hard, I would guess, sort of 2022, to increase postmaster remuneration, but it required more money from government. We didn't have that money, and anything we could do ourselves would have been a drop in the ocean of making a really material difference to postmasters. And the government said no. So it's not that Post Office Limited is sitting on a huge pot of gold and arbitrarily chooses. Post Office Limited is bust. It's been bust for years. It has 700 million of net liabilities, and we've disclosed this in excruciating detail for ARA after ARA. So I take your point about the fundamental unfairness. If you wanted another example, all through my time, Post Office employees got pay rises. I mean, I didn't, but Post Office employees got pay rises to 2.5% most years. Postmasters didn't. Their remuneration fell. So yes, it is absolutely an unfair structure.
Thank you.
Mr. Henry?
Mr. Cameron, you wrote a document that nobody will forget, the What Went Wrong document, and you wrote that in 2020. But I want to just explore with you another document that you wrote back in 2018, and it was entitled Sparrow Narrative. Do you remember it? And
I've read it in my papers for this.
Now, the former document was premised on the basis we did not sufficiently challenge and test our legal advice until it was too late. Do you accept that in the Sparrow Narrative document, there is nothing in the mindset of senior management in 2018 about testing the legal advice?
Absolutely, and I think that was precisely the sort of basis of my apology when I was last here, which was to say up till sort of 2019, 2020, I simply hadn't challenged enough the very clear sort of statements of the Post Office leadership, and I'm sorry for that.
Now, just concentrating, however, on the Sparrow Narrative, I want to ask you about this passage, and if it needs to be put up on the screen, it is POL 0025 3410. While it is being put up on the screen, you're familiar with it, so I'm going to just read out something you wrote verbatim, quotation. After its independence in 2012, the new leadership team of the Post Office, who were not accountable for how the business had been run in the period under debate, sought to ensure a full, open and fair resolution of these issues, including a mediation scheme, investigations and an independent review by a third party. Do you remember writing that?
I don't remember writing that, but it was absolutely the position of the Post Office as I set out in my first witness statement from 2015, and I accepted at the time. It clearly was wrong.
Could we have the relevant passage on the screen so I can follow it?
Of course, sir. Can I repeat? It's POL.
We have the document, we just need the page number.
It's...
Maybe if you scroll down.
Give me, I don't have the page number.
It would be towards the bottom, because I think it started with me.
It's...
So we're looking for something from Mr. Cameron, is that it?
Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. It's,
that's
if we could go up to the next page. So,
No.
yes.
Down.
Down. Further down, please.
Yeah, it's the section in italics.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks.
exactly. I'm very grateful. I'm sorry for not giving you the precise reference, Mr. Cameron, and you, sir. So after its independence in 2012, the new leadership team of the Post Office, who are not accountable for how the business had been run in the period under debate, sought to ensure a full, open and fair resolution of these issues, including a mediation scheme, investigations and an independent review by a third party. Does that reflect the mindset that the senior management team, maybe even the board, felt that the Post Office was not accountable for how the sub-postmasters had been treated or prosecuted under the previous Royal Mail Group regime?
No, I think the point I was absolutely making there, which was also probably wrong, but my understanding at the time, is that a new board had been created largely, and there were a lot of new people who came in, and so they weren't at fault for what had happened in the past. Were they accountable for resolving the situation? Absolutely. But they couldn't be accountable for what had happened before they formed.
I see. So it's not a sense of resentment, oh, well, we've been landed with this, and this all happened when we were under the aegis of the Royal Mail Group.
No, I don't think so.
And then if we scroll further down, we can see the view of the team at the time, which was what's been called the mantra. You have put in square brackets, 99% have managed to conduct their business without an issue or loss. Out of a total trading of some 60 billion a year with 10.5 million customer sessions a week, we only have to correct approximately 100,000 transactions a year, a process that is transparent to postmasters and is supported by their national federation. This effectively was a defence of the entire litigation strategy, wasn't it?
It was my understanding at the time. It was wrong. But I reasoned for writing this, and it is consistent with a number of things that came out in my first witness statement, is I consistently felt that if we believed this, and everyone seemed to, we should be saying so out loud and in public and explaining and defending what we were doing. Because my feeling was that would help everybody. And in fact, it would have helped everybody if we had done that more, because people could point out where we were wrong. And actually what happened was that, Paula would look interested, and then Mark Davis and Joe McLeod would shut it down. And it happened, if you read my first witness statement, several times like that. I thought we should be more open. They didn't.
And there's no doubt, sir, and this is my last point point to you that that is precisely the advice that Jane McLeod gave Mrs. Venables
Yet again.
at the beginning of the document. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mr. Steen has a short matter.
Mr. Cameron, just picking up on some of the questions asked by Mr. Blake earlier regarding the way that the Post Office is looked at by government and government preparedness to invest in the Post Office. You say in your statement, paragraph 84, that the Post Office business is capable of supporting a national network of Post Office branches.
Yes.
You say that Horizon must be replaced.
Yes.
And if the government wants a sustainable national set of post offices, it will have to finance the complex multi-year set of challenges and then arrange for postmasters to own the network long term. Now, let's go back to that. That's paragraph 89. If HMG wants a sustainable national set of post offices, it will have to finance the complex multi-year set of challenges.
Yes.
Right. Now, that position, the government need to set out its agreement to finance the Post Office into the future. That position has remained the same for now a number of years. Do you agree?
We get, as does the rest of kind of Whitehall, funding settlements, which might be for 1 year or might be for 3 years. But that isn't a brilliant way to fund a trading business where circumstances can change radically. It's really designed to say, well, you'd like to spend 10 billion on green technology, we're only giving you $1 billion, do what you can. And it doesn't really work. And I think we have, I'm not suggesting for a moment that Post Office hasn't muddled some of this. So we simply didn't ask for enough money for the Horizon replacement. I mean, nowhere near enough. And the more we got into it, it was very early stage, and it was a sort of budget for software, the more difficult, complex and expensive the actual rollout looks like it's going to be. And this is a software and a hardware change. It's the first one for 20 years. The last one went catastrophically badly. So there is no trust in the system. And so, I remember being part of a software rollout in a commercial company as an employee. And at one point, they just said, look, we cannot cope with being on 2 systems at the same time. So we know it's not working brilliantly. We're just going to push everything onto the new system and we'll fix it later. Now, as an employee, that was fine. It is utterly inconceivable that you could talk like that to postmasters because they're running their own businesses and Horizon was a catastrophe. And so the actual rollout, how you resolve shortfalls, all of that is going to be very, very difficult. And we simply hadn't done the work to appreciate that properly when we first asked for money, and we just didn't ask for enough.
So government needs to provide long-term, settled commitment to funding the Post Office for the future, not just 1 year, but for the future, including the replacement of the Horizon system. That is obvious to you and anyone else that has paid attention to this scandal. Is that right?
No one else is going to do it.
Yeah.
So if government does it, it doesn't get done.
And understanding the effect, you said in your evidence that it isn't a brilliant way to fund a trading business, but the real effect on the postmasters running a small branch office in a rural part of this country, whereby there is no way that it would make business sense to open up a branch, means that those branches are left in limbo, not knowing what the future is, not knowing whether they have an asset within the business, not knowing whether they can continue to operate for the interests of the people around them or for their families. Do you agree?
I do. What the government has done to address that was the network subsidy payment. So this was different from investment funding, and it was specifically designed to enable Post Office to keep open post offices that weren't financially viable and which you would shut if your only issue was commercial questions. And that dropped to, it was 200 million a year at one point. It dropped to 50 million, which is part because we had improved commercial performance. But that is less than it costs, or certainly when I was asked there, it was less than it cost. And of course, again, it only goes for a maximum of 3 years. into the future, and often it's 2 or 1 or it's uncertain. And so I agree with you, and this is why I think the strategic work around the network, which has been so postponed, actually does need to be done, because the government either needs to say, yes, we do want you to keep all those uncommercial post offices open, in which case it has to pay for them because there's no one else, or it doesn't, in which case they'll go.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Just one further point. Can I take you, please, in your statement, second statement, you talk about when you joined the Post Office in January 15, the Post Office's position was that there was no evidence of any faults with Horizon or unsafe convictions. I'm going to take you to one document, POL 00142.856. POL 00142.856. Should come up on the screen now. Can we go to the last page? That's page 3, please. And drop down to the last couple of lines, please. Now, this is signed by Mike Young, Chief Operating Officer, March 2012. So this predates you joining the Post Office.
Yes.
Just as a reminder, Mike Young was an individual who was discussed by Paula Bennells as being one of the people who she relied upon to tell her, look, there's no problem in the system, okay?
Okay.
So my question about this document is whether this document was a document that was drawn to your attention. So briefly, we go back to page 1, please. And then under the heading background, 2.1, if you can highlight that, please. Last week's major incident on Horizon was the 4th significant service failure of the system in 9 months. And then there's a recitation of those failures in July of 2011, December 2011, February 2012, March 2012. Now, interestingly, in relation to this document, there's no mention of the mismatch bug or any other bugs. We drop down then to the paragraph at 2.3. Summarise this. Says there that as part of the move to Horizon Online, contract was renegotiated. One of the design changes which contributed significantly to reduction in post office operating costs, circa 5.5 million per annum, to the savings was moving to an active-passive data centre arrangement. And then I'll read the next bit. Consequently, the resilience is now housed in one data centre, with a second data centre primarily being used as a test environment, but available for disaster recovery if required. So setting out those issues. The proposal is set out by Mr. Young at page 3, paragraph 6.2. So under proposal 6.2, highlight that, please. Thank you. In recognition of the recent performance history, the media attention this has drawn, and our business transformation plans, we have proposed a fundamental review of the service. Within this review, we will draw out whether the current technical design is correct for our future business needs and plans. The review will run in conjunction with the operational investigations. And 6.4, the review will as a minimum cover the technical design of Horizon, all forms of testing, monitoring and alerting, best practice in retail and financial service markets, future requirements of our business strategy that may influence the technical environment of which Horizon is a critical part. Okay? Now, I've shortened my examination in relation to that, but just to give you the flavour of what that document was saying. So in March of 2012, sometime before you joined the Post Office, this document was sent to the board, and it was discussing essentially a full-out review of the Horizon system. Was that brought to your attention when you joined the poll board?
I believe, best of my knowledge, that this is the first time I have seen that document. And indeed, I don't think I particularly knew who Mike Young was. I don't remember ever seeing this document at any stage. And it was nearly 3 years before I joined. It's hard to be definitive. I don't have access to poll emails and things anymore, but I don't remember ever seeing that before.
Should it have been brought to your attention?
Yes, I think it would have been helpful. I mean, there were things I certainly learnt reading it, so I understood how we used the data centres in 2015, but I didn't know that the history was that they had been used differently previously. And this is one of the reasons why, whether people like it or not, Horizon has to go, because we were doing, I mean, going back 4 or 5 years, we were doing kind of business continuity disaster recovery tests where we would shut down, the primary data center, having moved all the stuff over to the secondary to prove it worked, and then move it back a week later. And there hasn't been a full sort of disaster recovery business continuity test of Horizon for years, because no one's that comfortable that it will work. And so this is a really serious challenge, and it's one of the reasons why, you either get Horizon onto the cloud, which the business has absolutely failed to do, or you're going to have to rebuild data centres at a prohibitive cost using very old technology.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
Mr. Cameron, in the aftermath of the Bates litigation, HSS came into existence, yeah?
Yeah.
And presumably, at or about the same time, the Remediation Committee came into existence.
I think it was a little bit later, sir.
Yeah,
so, yes.
Yeah. And were you on the Remediation Committee from the outset?
I don't think I was. So one of my, but apologies if this is wrong, one of my agreements with Nick was that I was, there was, as soon as, straight after the litigation, so I'm saying sort of late-ish 2019, one of the points I made was that the committee then managing these matters was essentially exactly the same people who had managed the litigation, other than Nick swapping in for Paula. And I felt that was wrong and hard to defend. And I thought, and then it moved to the whole board. And in 2020, I think sort of 40 board meetings or something. I mean, it was a huge increase in work. And then the HRC was formed largely, as my recollection of it, and it may have been different right at the beginning, was that I had the right to attend meetings and I was sent papers. But certainly in the later phases, I was not a member. It was the shareholder representative, Ben Tidswell, and one other non-exec. There were no executives on the committee. It might have been different right at the beginning, and apologies, I can't remember.
No, that's all right. Just so that I can be clear then about the extent of your knowledge, how much did you know of what was being discussed at that committee?
So I would only, there were usually calls, I would only usually attend the meeting if there was a particular subject of interest or concern to me, but I always looked at the papers. So I had a reasonable idea of what was going on, which is why I was so exercised about the paused payments issues.
Right. Mr. Staunton has recently told me that his understanding was that in overseeing what went on in HSS and then the overturned conviction scheme, the remediation committee proceeded on the basis that compensation offers would take account not just of what might be full and fair for the postmaster, but also what was, and these are my words, not his, acceptable given the need to have value for money and taxpayers' money was being used. Is that your understanding as well?
I never heard it expressed like that, but I think there are a couple of things. The fact that there were detailed Treasury DBT signed off operational agreements of how the HSS and OHC schemes had to be operated in order for Treasury to fund the compensation, meant that that must have been built in to the process, I think. And there was, I felt, and apologies to all the lawyers in the room, an excess of lawyers in the process. I mean, I think at one point there was so much opinion checking that 3 different QCs or 4 different QCs were used for one question. So it was a very bureaucratic process, which Post Office, and obviously Simon McAldin would understand this much better than me, but Post Office had to follow. And I think, I mean, I did find the pause payments issue pretty incomprehensible as to why Post Office, so the HRC, was taking the stand it did. And so it does feel like maybe it was a value for money thing.
I asked the question because, amongst other reasons, because in documents which I've issued, I've drawn attention to the fact that lawyers are used to an adversarial system in which defendants get away with as little as they can, in inverted commas. Claimants try to get as much as they can, in inverted commas. At least some of the public utterances from both government ministers and Post Office representatives suggested that this was to be somewhat different, in that the aim was to provide full and fair compensation promptly. And I drew attention to all of this in progress updates that I wrote. What's your impression about what actually went on the ground?
So I think if you go back to the setting up of the HSS, the decision was made for Herbert Smith Freehills to run the scheme. So, and they got that because of their role in the settlement, which was effectively them negotiating with the claimants from the GLO. So it was set up on the basis of a negotiation between lawyers. And essentially, there was an element of that in the way that HSS was constructed. And I think that was a mistake. And Simon McAldin, again, will talk about this, I'm sure, but my recollection of him coming in was challenging everyone to say, should this be a negotiation between lawyers, or should this be, a genuine attempt at remediation, that people feel at the end of it that they're satisfied, justice is satisfied, we can move on, and that they've been properly compensated for everything that's happened to them. And I think that did conflict with the sort of legal advice committees, bureaucracy of the schemes, quite badly.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Cameron. Thank you for coming for a second time. I trust you won't have to come again.
Thank you very much, sir.
So, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, Mr. Blake.
Thank you very much, sir.